Welcome, everybody. This is the BC Girls High Performance Seminar, and we're happy to have everyone here. Hopefully people will watch this later on too. It's the mission of this night is kind of to strike out stereotypes, empower women, girls, and I think just kind of share some stories in the interest of growing the game. And even though I'm the lone Ontarian here to grow the game in BC, I think wherever it happens, it helps us everywhere too. I'm Alexis Brudnicki. I am happy, very, very happy to host this event and to be joined for the first sector of this event by Dr. Amanda Asay and Marika, Lyszczyk. And couldn't be happier just to be here and to be with them. Marika, I just met last summer for the first time with Team Canada, and she was a great, fantastic addition to the team. Team Canada catcher. She just finished her first year at Riviera University, which I had to check the pronunciation on. You never know with those American schools, really, and the French names. I just really don't know. First female catcher in NCAA history, which is super, super exciting, and we will get more into that. And Dr. Asay, met her in 2014 before we went to the World Cup in Japan. 14 years with the national team, which is crazy considering I think last summer we had a 15-year-old at the World Cup qualifier. So that is amazing. 14 years, 7 World Cups, the Pan Am Games, and coming from first getting a Bachelor of Science at Brown, Ivy Leaguer right here, and then Masters of Science and a PhD in forestry. I could not be more impressed by you. And also playing hockey and softball and baseball. Like, if there's anyone I've ever been motivated by, it is you, which is amazing. So I'm happy to be here with you guys and kick things off.
Well, that's awfully generous. A very nice introduction. And it's my pleasure, my distinct pleasure to give you guys a little bit more background about our host, Alexis, here. We're incredibly lucky to have her all the way from Ontario. She's going to stick around in our time change, so hopefully she won't get too sleepy on us. But we're super lucky to have her. She is a baseball development and special projects reporter for Major League Baseball. Has done some incredible journalistic works throughout the Canadian Baseball Network, and has always shown such support for the women's baseball program. Like she said, she was out with us in 2014 and always up for coming out with the women's program again. She's currently the women's national team press officer, which we're all really excited about. She takes incredible photos, so if you've seen any photos recently, that was probably Alexis. She was also invited to and graduated from MLB Scout School, which is a pretty rare occurrence for females. Although she, as she's been talking about, we're trying to break those barriers down, and hopefully we can get some more people out there. But Alexis was there, I think, 2 years ago. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, I was 2016. Wow, time is crazy.
Of course. Yeah. She also has quite the educational background as well. Has a master's in assessment and evaluation, and is currently pursuing a doctorate with a focus on a doctorate of educational leadership with a focus on gender diversification in baseball's leadership roles. So just a perfect host for a seminar just like this. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more about her as well as we talk through all the amazing speakers we have today.
Full package.
I'm super excited. And as you guys know, I've done some things, and being around the women's team is my favorite thing. It's amazing. It's inspiring. I'm knowing just kind of the passion that everyone really needs to have for the game to remain committed while you are working full-time jobs, going to school full-time, doing other things, and committing yourselves to the team, to the country. It is just, it's so impressive, and I'm just grateful to get to be around it. And so the first thing I do want to get into is both of your backgrounds in baseball, where your baseball journeys have taken you. Marika, I'll go to you first.
Well, as you know me, right now I am currently, well, not right in the moment, but hopefully back in January I'll be back in New Hampshire. So living on kind of like the other side of the country for me in the States was a little different, but I think it's pretty cool how now, even starting with the women's national team, is we got to go to Mexico, and even back in 2015, 2016ish, I went to Cuba. I know Asay's been quite a few places, but at the moment I'm stationed in the US for this, and I'm super excited for the future, continuing forward, getting to travel other places.
How did you get started in the game? Where you're from?
So I grew up in a really small town in BC, like Asay, but mine's kind of a little bit more well-known just because there's ferries here. Growing up in Tawasin, there wasn't a whole lot of AA, AAA teams. It was going to be like, you play house, and if you're the best, you make the all-star team for the summer. So that's what I was rolling with. And at the time, I played both softball and baseball, just because I had no idea about anything. And then eventually me quitting softball to pursue my baseball career and switching over to play PBL in Wally, which kind of shifted my whole perspective on the game and how high I could play. So I think it's really interesting leaving from like a little part of it and then now going way farther with it.
Yeah, Asay, your journey in baseball could take a while, but I would love to hear it all.
I was going to say, started a little longer ago than Marika's, but yeah, so I grew up in Prince George, BC. So while it's in the north and it's far from everything, it was a little bit of a baseball center. We had quite a good baseball program, and I really enjoyed playing there. I grew up playing Little League in Prince George, was able to travel throughout BC. At times quite far distances, which was one of the pieces of adversity that we had to face, sort of growing up in a little further removed community, with costs and time, and my parents' commitment, which was incredible. They both of them just gave me such great support. So I grew up playing in Little League in Prince George. After Little League, that's that time, I think, that's tough for all girls. I feel like, Little League, you may face a few things where, maybe you're not totally accepted, or maybe you are, and it's sort of normal up until about the age of 12. But after that, I was sort of pushed or strongly suggested to go into softball, and that's sort of where the opportunities were as well, if I wanted to sort of pursue further athletic achievements, I guess, in a relatively the same sport, but not exactly the same, as I think everyone can attest to. So I ended up going into softball at 13, and I didn't know about the Baseball BC programs at the time. They did exist, but being from Prince George, I just didn't hear much about them. So I ended up not being able to play baseball for about a year and a half, because I was playing exclusively softball. And then I was really lucky to be able to be a part of this really unique experience. It was a good family friend of mine based out of Kelowna. His name's Wayne Seaman. He organized a team sort of from mostly the Okanagan, but also included me, that took a bunch of donated equipment and traveled to Mexico along Baja California. And we went there to introduce the game to a bunch of young girls there, put the focus on them, because that was a really rural part of Mexico where females weren't getting a lot of opportunities. So that was a really cool experience for me. Got me right back into baseball at about 14 or 15. I met a lot of people that I then played Baseball BC Nationals with when I was a Bantam, which I think is like U16 now. All the names have changed, but so yeah, that reintroduced me back sort of into baseball in BC. I was able to go to that national championship my last year of Bantam, and then from there was scouted by the national team, invited to the Senior Women's Invitational. After my first year of season of women's nationals, I made the national team, and sort of the rest is history. I continued playing softball, so I played both for quite a while. I played softball when I went off to university on a hockey scholarship, was lucky enough to be able to play both and continue my training that way. And then since I finished my undergrad, it's been pretty much baseball all the way, and softball's really dropped off. But finding that opportunity as a young teenager to keep playing and find sort of a group to fit in with was really valuable, and I'm really glad it happened. I can't imagine not playing baseball now, so super fortunate to find that.
Awesome. And we do want to talk a lot about the fun stuff and all of the fantastic things, but I know like this this area of the discussion tonight is kind of to get a little bit more into some of the adversity that you guys have faced and how you've overcome it, and maybe how that can help other people as they move forward. So whoever wants to start, I think just maybe touch on some of the adversity that you've come across, and maybe how it's helped you in your experiences beyond it.
For sure, I'll start off. Marika and I recently just had a conversation about this being put in the time slot of adversity. So we'll sort of jump off and maybe go back and forth between the two of us and our experiences.
For sure.
Yeah. So when I was in Little League, as I said, I had mostly a positive experience. It was good. I had good coaches, and I think I was really sheltered from the negative criticism. Only as an adult did I hear that there were some things sort of said behind the scenes, maybe amongst the parents. But really I didn't see it. And I think that was really helpful for me. And I had a fantastic support system. So if there's people out there and the girls that want to play, like, keep trying to play. And if you have just a few people, or if you can be that person in a girl's corner, that's what you need. My dad did a lot of coaching, and he was fantastic. And I had another coach who was a little scary. And I think he intimidated a lot of the young kids, the young boys, and he was on my side, and man, did that make a difference. I think that really sheltered me, I guess, a little bit from anything that could have happened. And so I think that was really valuable. And then, having a few people in your corner is amazing. But there are some things, I mean, playing a sport in a male dominated, field or having a career in a male dominated field, as you know, Alexis, is super challenging. Like, you're going to hear some stuff that you don't want to hear, and things are going to be said about you that probably aren't true, or, something you can't help, and you just got to fight through it. And with the passion that so many people have with baseball, I think it's possible. And now, as the game grows within women's programming, I know the BC baseball is doing a great job of creating more opportunities for girls to play with each other, but I wouldn't shy away necessarily from playing with the boys either. Like, there are opportunities to get that support system in place and really try to flourish even through some of that adversity. And I know Marika's had some more challenging experiences as well, so I'll let her jump in.
I mean, I grew up in Tsawwassen, which was awesome, and playing with the guys that I grew up with, it was a breeze, because I grew up like we were talking, small town, like, everybody. Everyone kind of knew who I was. I played baseball, and that was it. Like, there was no one that really said anything about it. I started seeing more challenges getting into high school, so I hit about like grade 8, and that's when it started getting a little bit rocky, because it got to the phase of either they're not going to talk to you, or when they talk to you, they're going to get made fun of. So it was just like, it's like a constant battle. And even now, I have a girl, I'm assistant coaching on a bantam team, and she's like, it's just so hard. Like, I don't fit in. Like, this is just such a, like, no one will talk to me, and if they do, they get made fun of. So I found that this age, I think, like, grade 8, like, kind of, they're learning to mature. That's the hardest age. And that's when I faced a lot of adversity, just because they didn't know how to handle emotions and that thing. So I think getting through that, because now, of course, there's always going to be someone time to time saying comments that aren't the nicest or the best probably to be said, and could have been kept to themselves. But other than that happening, like, getting to college, people were amazing. Like, my team was unreal. It's like I gained like 24 brothers. They looked after me for everything. And even the teams I played against, like, I hit off one of their pitchers, and they were like, wow, like, we're so happy we could be a part of your success. And like, people would like DM me and like tell me that I did good, and not DM me being like, you should quit. Like, it was a little different than high school. So I think that's really cool, seeing the guys grow up a little bit more and accepting that I don't mess with them. It's just kind of like, anymore, it's like, we're all kind of friends now.
Yeah,
just with age,
point.
that comes with age, though. Just maturity. I was like, if you can make it past bantam, it is smooth sailing, most likely.
Yeah, that's a great point. I actually had very similar experiences as well, where you go through that phase where it's not always you. It's teams you play on or against, the guys against each other are really saying a lot of things, and that makes you feel a little bit out of place. you got struck out by the girl.
Oh yeah,
you know, like,
literally.
and then how you can't react to that in any way because
Other than like,
you're just doing your
yeah.
job and you're trying to do the best you can.
I'm like, I'm just here to play baseball.
Exactly. And of course people are going to strike out and get hits.
That's the game. It's the game of baseball. And that's the funniest part is whenever anything happens to a guy like from a girl, it's tenfold, like 10 times the amount of stuff on it. And it's like, well, you can just picture me as another one of the guys. Like if you struck out, the rest of your team wouldn't be freaking out like that right now.
Yeah. And then as you get older, just like you said, like I've been playing senior men's baseball now for almost a little over 10 years. So that has been a totally different experience for me. Playing with adults is, great that everyone's happy. There might be a little bit of like, they're a little bit more mad if you strike them out and they're a little bit more mad if you get a hit off of them. But it's so imperceptible that it's more just like a fun part of the game rather than anything else.
Exactly. And even I know we see a lot of girls coming through the Bantam program. It's super popular, and then when we get to the U21 kind of stage, all of a sudden we lose a whole bunch of people. And I think that's from either them getting pushed into softball or it being super hard from the boys. So that's kind of like the breaking point. And I hope that even through this, with me and Amanda talking about just pushing through this period, that we can keep more girls into it so we can get more players and keep girls playing in general, even with the guys.
Mm-hmm. I think sometimes too, there are some of the microaggressions too, and guys are like, wow, you really know a lot about baseball. Like that's not a compliment, and it's hard to like
if I was a guy, you wouldn't be saying this right now.
Yeah. It's tough. And I do think last night the Minnesota Twins did a diversity panel with women and in their baseball operations department, and one of them said so, and it was great. It was a fantastic panel, but one of them at one point said something about how we need to kind of shift our mindset, and I don't think that's the right way to look at it. Like we should not be the ones constantly trying to shift our mindset, and we don't always need to be one of the boys. There are attributes that we have on our own, whether it's as a gender, which doesn't make sense, but as individuals, I think really that we bring to the table. Like if someone says, I've heard this before, like, oh, you're too emotional about the game. And I'm like, you know what? That's because I care about it so much. Like that's because of my passion. It's not emotion. Like you're just saying that because I'm a woman. And I don't think that is acceptable. And I used to accept it, and now I'm over it. But I think we should get to more positive things. I do want to ask you guys a little bit also about some of your best experiences. I know, there's been those moments of adversity, but where have your best experiences come in, and how have they happened?
Brought up there, and I think that's that like strengths and weaknesses. We're not men. We're not gonna go out there. We're not gonna throw my 90 miles an hour, and we're not gonna be putting things over the fence. Important point to highlight, but there are, women who are excellent baseball players. You can make intelligent plays. You can do all the right things. And I think that's really important to highlight. Like me as a pitcher playing in a senior men's league, I'm not throwing it by people. I'm never throwing it by people. And that's not where I've had success. I've had success in, really focusing on the way I set up hitters, the way, I want to pitch this changing my speed rather than trying to throw hard all game. Maybe I'll vary the speeds or throw a lot of different pitches, or, because I throw a little slower, my breaking ball tends to move a little bit more, which is just a different look for a lot of guys. And so I think that, you can highlight your own assets as a player, as well as any other type of professional in the sport of baseball. Like highlight your assets. They aren't going to be the same, and being different is often very good in baseball. So
in everything.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, positives and negatives.
We were talking about what our biggest positive is, or what did you say, Alexis? Sorry.
I mean, what has some of that adversity led to that has been positive, how has it helped you in some ways?
I don't know if you want to start, Amanda, or me. I can start. Doesn't matter.
Okay, go ahead.
I think even we were talking about this a little bit the other night. I was just saying it's definitely made me a lot stronger in all aspects of life, and even dealing with negative people or dealing with hard situations in my life. Like, getting to college wasn't easy for me, and staying at that level wasn't easy. Even going down there, and like I struggled a bit, and it was definitely like a huge challenge for me. So I can't even explain it right now. I lost my train of thought. I think that what was the question again? I just lost my train of thought. What's going on?
No, that's all right. I mean, how has it helped you? I know when you got down to school too,
Yeah.
you had some other issues, and so you did. Yeah, the
Yeah,
beginning wasn't all roses.
No, I ended up getting something down there, which really made my play a little bit harder and made me think that like maybe this is why girls don't always play at that level, or this is why I'm the first, or maybe this is why I shouldn't have been the first, or whatever like that. So there's always doubts, but I think it definitely made me a stronger person, and even dealing with people who didn't think I should be there. So like I always thought like I would listen to people and I'd be like, okay, well, maybe I don't. It was a lot of people telling me. So I turned it off and was just like, I had to think of myself the whole time of just like, you can do this. You got recruited for a reason. You play here for a reason. Like, you're good enough to play with them. So I think that was a big part for me, that even though I struggled a lot through high school, it helped me in the long run because I sort of had way more of a difficult time, that this seemed like a breeze when I got there, which was kind of cool. It's like I did the hard work in the beginning, and then finally I got to the top of the mountain. I got to sit for a while.
And once you recovered from your illness, then you were.
Yeah, after I got resolved.
There was a reason. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So for me, like Alexis said, I have a career in forestry right now, which is also typically or historically has been a male-dominated field. So I think, going through this path, and I had a little bit of I don't know if it was a chip on my shoulder or sort of something to prove a little bit through my life through baseball as well. And it really led me to not want to take a stereotypical path. So I think that's something that I definitely brought away from my athletic experience as well, was, everyone else seems to, be taking a lighter course load, or everyone else is going into human kinetics, which was a super popular thing for athletes to do. And I thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try something else. I'm going to be a little bit different, which has, I think made my life very enjoyable, both on and off the field. So I think that was something definitely that was helpful, sort of learning through my athletics as well. Probably one of the best things that ever happened, which was a combination of athletics and academics, was being able to go to the Pan American Games, being part of a multi-sport competition. It was the first and so far only time that women's baseball has been included in a international multi-sport competition. So like being in a career path, I guess I was still doing my doctorate at the time, that allowed me to take that time and pursue such an incredible opportunity to play in the Pan American Games and train properly for it. And that whole experience was unbelievable. So if anyone's out there just striving to do that, I think that's a great goal, because it was absolutely unbelievable.
I'm striving to do that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully women's baseball
like next, someone bring it back.
Everyone gets the chance. I hope so.
It was amazing to just watch from the stands, from the sidelines, just to get to hear like just the excitement that you guys had for that, and the opportunity that it was, and everything that kind of came along with it.
Yeah, our games against the U.S. like sold out crowds. It felt so much like a real baseball game at an international competition. Often we play in these other places, which are incredible, very cool places, but we play in major league stadiums and we don't get major league crowds. So it can feel a little bit empty, which is understandable. But when we were at the Pan American Games, man, those crowds were packed, and it was just an incredible experience. One of my favorite things that happened the whole time was after the closing ceremonies, we were walking downtown Toronto, and these two guys stopped a group of us and said, "Hey, you guys are from the women's baseball team," and all of us were just like, There's no way we're getting recognized on the street. They're like, you guys were on the women's baseball team. You guys got silver, right? And we were like, you know what we did? This is incredible. Like,
This is like, finally, this is it.
people were
made it.
watching, which was awesome. Like, just such an incredible experience.
And I do think we didn't talk about discussing this, but I do think that for kind of, I mentioned, you know, your passion for the game, your commitment to the game, but I do think maybe for people who aren't as familiar as the paths that you guys have taken, if you could kind of lay out, I guess, what your schedules have looked like how do you fit in the time to prepare for Team Canada? Like, what are you doing day in, day out? What are you doing week in, week out as you prepare for whether it's World Cup qualifiers, just for I don't want to say just for nationals, for nationals. How do you guys prepare, and how does that fit into every other thing that you have to do in your lives?
Asay, you want to start? Because you've been here a lot longer than me. I'll just tell you after. She's
Sure.
been prepping for like a few years now, so I don't have as much on her.
Marika's picking up tips right here.
I'm like, I'm ready. Yeah. Let me know. This is how I stay on the team for years to come.
For sure. So the answer is it has changed a lot over the years. So there's not one way to do it, for sure. And it changes with the other commitments that you have in your life, of course. So while I was still in high school, you know, I would go to my high school day, whatever, 7:30 to 3:30 or whatever the time is. And then, you know, I had teams that I was playing on in Prince George, so I would train with them, and then I would do some extra off-field conditioning, and then I would get together as much as I could. I mean, I was a little far away in Prince George, but with the provincial team, we usually had a camp of some sort to get ready for nationals, and then national championships, which is usually over about a 4-day type weekend, maybe a little bit longer. And then the national team training camp, which we would love for it to be longer, but due to budget constraints, it's usually actually quite short, maybe 6 to 10 days kind of thing. And then a big chunk of time either off of work or off of school, which is really difficult, and definitely takes a commitment to be able to take that big chunk of time off for a World Cup or for a national team event. So a lot of the training I did was on my own. So you just have to find a time, you know, really it's an hour, you know, 4, 5, 6 times a week, depending on where you are in your season. And that can include the games that you're playing with your regular local team, and you just got to fit it in. You know, you can't watch that hour of television or you know, go out with friends that evening or something like that, but really I've had lots of support in my life. So I played with the team in the Lower Mainland Baseball Association, the LMBA, that was really supportive, and so I just jumped on every opportunity that they gave for me to train with them, the Househound Hounds, and then any other team that the Badgers that played in that league as well, which was the first all-women's team to play in that league. So anytime that there was an opportunity to train with that, I just got in the habit of saying yes. If it's a baseball thing, an opportunity to train, and you can fit it in your schedule, I just kept trying to say yes to as much as I could. Convince other people to come out and train with me. I took a lot of batting practice off my dad, who does not throw very hard anymore, but batting practice is batting practice. So yeah, I mean, it's tough. And then as my career changed, you know, now I work a more regular schedule. And so I just got to fit it in the evenings or early in the morning. And you just find a way. If that's what you like to do, you can find a way.
Last year for me, I know it was my first year. So I was just coming out of high school. So I was playing on my PBL team. So we were already kind of like 5 to 6 days a week. So I didn't have much time, but all I knew is I was like, if I have a day off, I'm going to be in the facility anywhere I can get to, because I knew like every day that they went in there, I could get a little bit closer to being a little bit better or close to their level. So anytime they would take time off, I would go in. And even like preparing for World Cup qualifiers, I was in the gym quite a bit, almost like Amanda said, just kind of fitting it in whatever I could. I wasn't working at the time, so I was just grinding, getting ready to see if I could make the team. So any moment I had, I think I was in the gym, in the cage, doing some sort of baseball related thing. That's usually my summer. This is like my first time, like just hanging out.
Yeah, so I found myself asking for help a lot, which I wasn't good at when I was younger, but while I was in school, you know, opportunities were a little bit more prevalent. I could find the facilities and stuff like that. I did find that a little bit easier throughout high school and my undergraduate degree, because I was in a place where lots of people were doing those things. So that was a little bit easier, but yeah, developing a little bit further once you start a career is tough. So you just got to reach out. I know the UBC baseball team allowed me to train with parts of their team at times. I caught bullpens. I did that in practice with them. So, you know, you have to reach out a little bit, but you can find your way. Yeah. People are surprisingly willing to help. And I'm super grateful for everyone who has done that for me. I had some great people, Mackenzie, and, you know, as I mentioned before, my parents have been super supportive. Like, I've had tons of people help me. So I definitely didn't get here by myself.
Yeah, it takes a village, or whatever people say. That I'm going to throw in some cliches where I can here, but yeah. And I'm super excited to talk to you guys more, but we have already hit our time for our first little conversation topic here, and I don't want to set us behind right from the start. There's all the pressures, right?
Alexis,
right
on you.
Yeah, I know. So I want to say thank you guys for talking about that. I know we're going to get into more later on with the hot stove, with the other national team members, which I am super excited about. We had fun when we were kind of preparing for it the other night, so I'm looking forward to it. And so I just want to thank you guys for talking about that, all of it, for the first half hour. And we will see you back in a while. And as someone behind the scenes works the magic to switch things out, I will introduce our next speaker, who is an Olympian. Everybody is super impressive who is joining us tonight, and I can't say enough about everyone. Leah Pells represented Canada on the track in 3 consecutive Summer Olympics, one time ranked first in the entire world in the 1500 meter distance. And to me, like, running is crazy hard, and it's just like such an amazing accomplishment. To be first in the world in anything I am so in awe of you. Won silver in the 1500 meter at the Pan Am Games in '99 on home soil in Winnipeg. And Amanda didn't mention that the Pan Am Games was on home soil for them as well, which was amazing. I think it's like it adds an extra special feature to those kind of competitions. And Leah, currently a registered clinical counselor working as a sports performance counselor. So I welcome you, and I just want to hand over the floor to you and I'm happy to just hear everything you have to say.
Thanks so much, Alexis. It's really nice to be here. I savor every opportunity that I get to talk to athletes, to talk to specifically female athletes, because I think I really enjoyed actually listening to Amanda and Marika, as well as yourself, Alexis, because I could pick up a lot of the things, a lot of the struggles being a female athlete that I remember that they spoke of. So I guess today what I really want to do is just share with everybody the 4 things that I've used as an athlete to build resilience. And these are also 4 things that I continue to use in my life as a clinical counselor, as a human being, you know, as a female trying to continually become a better human. So I think the first and one of the most important things is to really embrace patience. I don't think there's anybody out there who has done anything, really well, who hasn't had an incredible amount of patience, because it takes a really long time to create expertise in yourself. And as an athlete, that's really what we're doing. We're creating an expert in ourselves in the sport that we've chosen. So being patient means year after year, month after month, grinding it out, doing the thing that you really love to do, which is your sport. So it's important that you are doing something that you enjoy, because it can take a very long time. And I think one of the things that really came up for me a lot in the patients department was, as I got older and, you know, maybe hadn't made the team or I hadn't made the Olympics or whatever, a lot of people in my life were starting to say, well, you know, maybe it's time that you moved on and got a real job and sort of did something else. And for me, that just didn't sit well with me. I knew that I wanted to be a, you know, world-class athlete. I wanted to be a good runner. I was happy doing that, so I just kept doing it. But that's a hard thing, because when you get to a certain age, and I think this is more something that women have to deal with as athletes, people start to wonder, you know, are you going to settle down? Are you going to get married? Are you going to have children? What is it, you know, what are you going to do after sport? And for me, I love my sport and I loved being an athlete. So I just kept doing what I loved, and that was running. And, you know, it took a long time. I was 28 before I made my first Olympic team, which is actually older. And if I had listened to all the naysayers that were telling me to retire and move on and get a real life, I wouldn't have had that experience. So being patient, you know, when you look at anyone who's good at anything, sport, academia, career, whatever, whenever you find an expert in any area, they've been doing it for a very, very long time. It's not something that happens overnight. I don't believe that there are, you know, people or athletes that are just so talented that they just roll right into it. Those athletes pay their due in regards to patience as well. So really learning how to be patient and to know that you are on your own path. And it really doesn't matter if other people don't believe in you or have faith in you. If you're doing what you love to do and it's something that you see yourself doing, do it. So patience is a big one. And I really strongly believe that when people don't make teams, they don't become world class, they don't achieve their athletic goals, it really doesn't have anything to do with talent. I believe it has more to do with patience. And I think a lot of really great, potentially great athletes quit before they get there. It takes everybody a different amount of time. You know, not everybody is going to roll onto a national team when they're 18 or 19. It's, you know, like I said, for myself, I was 28. But I didn't retire until I was 38, you know, almost 39. So kind of like, because it took so long to get there, I had that, you know, a later career. So really remind yourself, you know, what it is that you want to do. Why do you want to do it? And the patience thing has rolled over into my after athletic life too, even in, you know, wanting to do my master's in counseling psychology and wanting to be a clinical counselor. First time I applied, got rejected, you know, 3 years later, applying again. So again, if I hadn't gone through the patience thing with running, I probably wouldn't hung in there and I probably wouldn't be a counselor today. So I guess the message here for young female athletes, for young athletes, is to hang in there, be patient with yourself. Because if you're not making it, if you haven't achieved the team or the goal that you want, there's just something missing. You haven't quite got that last bit yet. So keep hanging in there and it will come. I think the second thing, after being incredibly patient, that helps build resilience, because in patience, you fail a heck of a lot. I think the second really important thing is being consistent. So being consistent really speaks to doing something every single day towards your sport. So every single day I would do something to connect me to running. Even if it was a rest day, I would stretch, or I would, you know, talk to my sports psychologist. I would visualize, I would get a massage, I would go to physio. I would do something every single day that connected me to sport, that connected me to running. So for a baseball player, every single day you're touching your game. You're either thinking about it, you're doing something to help your body heal so that you can continue the training. You're actually training, you're competing. So it's always with you. It's a really important part. It's kind of like patience and consistency really go together, because inconsistency, you practice daily, you think about your sport daily. That takes a long time, and that's where that patient part comes in. So for me, every single solitary day was an opportunity for me to connect with my sport, to think about running, to think about being on the Olympic team. And kind of a good, I guess, some good examples, and I'm sure some of you young warriors out there, you female athletes, can understand and connect with this. When I was younger, I really wasn't the fastest runner. I didn't come out of high school with any scholarship opportunities. I never placed even in the top 3 at BC high schools. I was just a kid who liked to run. So when I first started after high school, I didn't have a scholarship. So I was up at SFU, and I just went and asked the track coach, Zenon Smilhowski, who's a good friend of mine now. I just asked him if I could be on the track team. And he said that I could train with the girls. And what I noticed was that not everybody showed up to every practice. And I thought, that's weird. Like, we have a practice. Why wouldn't you be there? Like, you want to be the best, you have to go. So lots and lots of practices, people weren't there. I was there. I went to every single solitary practice, rain or shine, snow or ice, it didn't matter. And I even showed up sometimes when I was sick, and my coach would actually send me home. And I would struggle with that, because I'd be like, whoa, I got to be training. So consistency is so important, because in that time when I wasn't one of the fastest girls at SFU at all, but over the years, I did become one of the top athletes on the team, only because I never ever missed a practice. I probably, in 15 years of training hard, I bet you I missed less than 3 workouts. I just always went, because I knew that I didn't have, I wasn't just blessed with being fast. I wasn't just blessed with being incredibly athletic. I had to really grind it out and work at it to become a world-class runner. So consistency gave me that. I was at practice. I remember one workout I went to, and it was up at SFU. There was tons of snow, and there was myself and my coach. No one else showed up. And he was like, well, what do you think we should do? And I said, well, I think we should shovel lane 1, get the snow shovel and shovel out lane 1 so I can get my workout in. That's what we should do. And that's exactly what we did. We shoveled out lane 1, and I did my workout all by myself. Now, that wasn't an isolated incident. There was lots of workouts where I showed up and others weren't there. Lots of workouts where, I would be there by myself, just me and my coach. So what I really learned through that, I don't know, maybe in the beginning I was just super stubborn, and I thought, well, I'm just going to go to every single practice. But what I really learned through that was that repetition, that consistency, doing something over and over and over. And then you add in the patience, years and years and years, you create an expert. So I essentially created myself to be an expert at middle distance running through repetitiveness and patience. So every single day I was thinking about running, doing something towards my running for years. So eventually it had to happen. And that's what I kept telling myself. And then, when I was in my mid-20s and people were like, Leah, nothing's really happening here. Maybe you should move on and get a real job. I'd be like, no, this is what I'm doing. And when I made my first Olympic team, those same people said, yeah, we always knew you had it in you. So the first 2 pieces of being a resilient athlete are being very patient, okay, or stubborn. and being incredibly consistent. Don't lose a single day. Every single day is valuable as an athlete. The third thing, people talk a lot about goal setting. I also set goals, but I set very, very small goals and very specific goals. So I don't find it helpful to say in a year, I'm going to make the Olympics, or in a year, I'm going to make Team Canada for baseball. A year's too far. A year's too big. You can miss days and, miss workouts and say to yourself, well, I've got a year. So that didn't really work for me. What worked for me was having daily goals. So today I'm going to tell myself 15 times that I'm an Olympic athlete. And this was before being an Olympic athlete. So I would tell myself these things. I'd give myself messages. I would have a 1 week goal. So 1 week, my goal would be to stretch out my hamstrings more regularly or something like that. But I had very small, specific goals that I would generate with my coach, so that I always was working on some little tiny detail to make myself better. Because as a world-class athlete, you have to pay attention to every single little detail. And once you get there, there's all these really great, for baseball, for Team Canada, once you get there, you're going to be with all these amazing baseball players. What is going to make you better than another amazing one? And I believe it's the details. I believe in paying attention to small goals. You can literally work on every single solitary little thing. So although I don't know a ton about baseball, I do know a lot about sport and how to become an expert in your sport. And that is to break it down and think about every single thing that you need to do. So for example, for me, it wasn't just like, oh, go out and have a run. It would be like, am I eating well? Am I going to bed at the same time every night and getting up at the same time every morning? Am I hydrated? Am I visualizing and seeing myself on an Olympic team or a Canadian team? Am I doing my massage? Am I going to physio? Am I getting my blood checked to make sure that my ferritin levels are high? Every single solitary little thing is important. And so again, because I wasn't blessed being, naturally fast, or, a person coming out of high school with no scholarship isn't probably a person that people are going to think is going to make Olympic teams. But I focused on every single solitary little thing. And I did that by having weekly goals. And the other thing that having very small goals helps you do is it keeps you accountable, so that you're always connecting with your sport. Like we talked about consistency, right? Every single day you're checking in. Small goals help you do that. If you set a goal that's 6 months away, it's really easy to lose days here and there. And you think to yourself, well, I've still got 6 months. And then 6 months goes by and you're like, dang, I didn't do all these things that I need to do. Now I'm not making the team. So being really patient, knowing takes a heck of a long time to create an expert at anything. Being consistent every single solitary day matters. So take advantage of every day and hold in your head. If you're training, maybe your competitor isn't. Or if you're not training, what if your competitor is? So, making sure that you're doing everything you need to do on a daily basis and setting really small goals that help you work on the tiny details to become an expert in your sport. So patience, consistency, small goals. And the last and the most important thing of all is love. Okay? You must love what you do. If I didn't love running the way that I loved running, and I still love running, there's no way I could have been training day in, day out for literally, my whole life. But since I was 11 years old till I was 28, 17 years, day in, day out training. I couldn't do that if I didn't love to run. It would be impossible. How could I make myself go out and shovel a whole track, lane 1 of snow, and do a workout if I didn't love it? Now, the important part about loving your sport, about loving baseball, is doing it for you. Now, this is where sometimes athletes get a bit lost, because things come into play like, well, what about sponsorships? Or what about funding? What about this really awesome coach that lives on the other side of the country that thinks I should move there and train with him or her? Any of those things can impact the choices that you make, and that will impact the love of your sport. So you have to be incredibly selfish, and you have to do it 100% for you. You can't do it for your parents. You can't do it for your coach. You can't do it for your team players. You do it for you. And if you own it and love it in that way, you will always love your sport because it belongs to you, and that will make it easier for you to do it all those years. So I think love is a really important part of it, and really keeping that fresh in your mind, that we all start sport because it's fun. Like, literally, that's right. That's kind of our place. Have I talked too much, Alexis?
No, not at all. I just wanted to come and ask you some questions once you're doing great. I'm like all ears. I'm upset that the BC time zone is making me stay up past my bedtime tonight, and I'm trying to stay hydrated. All the things you talked about, I can't get it going tonight, but goals for tomorrow.
Yeah, totally. But I think it's important, like all of these things, like, it really speaks to building resiliency is really about knowing that it could take a long time, doing it every day, setting tiny goals to cover all the bases, and making sure that you connect with your love of sport, daily. Never do anything that someone else tells you to do if in your gut it doesn't feel right, so that's what I've got.
Those messages are so important and hit home with me. I've been in the baseball industry for 10 years, and I didn't get my first full-time job until last year. It took me 9 years to get a full-time position in baseball. And there were moments where I did lose that love a little bit. And actually I didn't, because that's what kept me in it. But there were moments where I questioned, is this for me? Do I belong here? What does it take? And I didn't have that patience. I wish I heard you say this 10 years ago, but I'm happy it's helping me now for the future. But it's so important. I think those messages that you had, like every single thing, even when I wasn't on the screen, I was like nodding along to myself. And I just think those are so great. And I didn't mention that you are the author of a book, not about the medal. Do you touch on these things? What kind of things do you go into in the book?
The book is actually a little bit of a different journey. That's my mom. I grew up in a home with my mom who was a substance abuser, alcohol and various substances. And so it was more about kind of finding myself through running. As a kid, running was kind of the thing that really saved me. So I do speak to these things in the book because it really wasn't about the medal for me. It really was about finding a way to be happy, to love my running, and to be able to sustain myself through it, and be able to kind of deal with what was going on at home with my mom. But yeah,
it's amazing that you found something that you were able to help use to cope, and then to reach the levels and accomplish the accolades that you did. We also have a question from somebody who sent one in that I don't want to miss. Do you have any advice for what to do when a coach or someone you respect does not think you're good enough, tells you you're not good enough? What do you do?
You're not with the right coach. Okay, honestly, it's not up to anyone to decide whether you can or cannot make it. That is a personal decision, and no one has the right to say that ever. So if my coach ever said that to me, I would know that he wasn't the right coach for me.
Yeah, and I think also a lot of the things that you kind of touched on in being able to do and have those smaller goals, those are a lot of the things that I just personally, and I hopefully that my experience is maybe some that other people have felt have had a lot more trouble with during the pandemic. I
Yeah.
don't, like going to bed at the same time every day is a lot more difficult. Finding motivation in each day, accomplishing those goals each day, not letting them kind of get away from me, from you. Like I just wonder if you have any maybe advice for people on getting through a pandemic and also trying to live a life where you are effective and efficient.
Yeah. I think a really important thing to hold in your mind and in your heart is, what can I control? Right? So in this pandemic, there's things that are out of our control. And if it's something that's out of your control, you have to release it. But there's many things that are in our control. You can still go outside and work out and exercise. You can still maintain a good sleep schedule. You can still maintain nutrition. You can still meet with your coach and practice. There's still a lot of things that you can do. And I think too, staying in the day is very helpful. Like, today is Friday. I can only do Friday. I can be awesome today. And today I'm going to do this towards my sport. I think it's when we start future worrying, like we're in this pandemic, and I could see if an athlete was worrying about, well, what if this goes on? Or what if I can't get back to, being outside practicing or whatever? Those are things that are completely out of our control because we only have this day. So what can you control? And today is Friday, be in Friday. That kind of helps, because I think sometimes we're doing better than we think we're doing, but what can mess us up is when we look to the future and wonder, and that just creates anxiety, because nobody can do anything about tomorrow. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, looking too far into the future has always been problematic for me, but I want to ask you about your past as well. Just what's the highlight of your career? Like, what has been the best moment or moments for you
as an athlete?
Yes.
Okay. As an athlete, I would say the 96 Olympics. This is like, probably before you guys were born. But because I finished 4th in the final, and that came at a time in my career where I was getting a lot of pressure from people to retire. And I knew that I still had this run in me that I wanted to do. And so, yeah, I was very, very happy with that. It was really reinforcing for me as a human to know that I am in charge of what I do. And since that day, any goal academically, professionally that I've set for myself, I've achieved because I remember that. So it's a carryover.
Well, and Amanda talked about, she said she maybe had a chip on her shoulder, and I for sure have had a chip on my shoulder for a long time. I don't see it going away. But I guess for you, for other people, is there a way that you think that kind of determination can be learned? Is it instilled in you? Is that something people can progress to?
Yeah, I think first of all, if you're doing something that you love, right, it's much easier. It's very hard to do these kinds of things if you don't enjoy what you're doing. So if you choose something that you really love, so, baseball, running, and that if you just think about the one day, do your training today, do your best today. And every single day you get up and you have that mentality where I have one day ahead of me to train and to be the best baseball player I can be today. So if you have that mentality and you just keep doing that over and over, you end up becoming, an expert in what you're doing. And you can really get through anything that way, even injuries. Like, when an athlete's injured, that's a really hard time because that's our identity. But even with injuries, focus on one day. What's one thing I can do today to help my body heal? That type of thing. So, yeah.
And I also, I don't know a lot about the track and field world, definitely not as much about baseball, but I do wonder, I know in baseball, the men's game and the women's game is treated very differently. The women's game is often not even acknowledged as baseball. People think it's softball. What have you seen in terms of your sport, the differences between men and women, how they're treated, how they're responded to.
Yeah, I think generally men and women are treated differently. And one of the things I remember when I was, you know, competing was when I would talk to the media, I would always say to them, why is it every day I open up the newspaper and I see all these stories about male athletes and I don't see any stories about female athletes? In fact, I don't see any stories about female athletes, but I see stories about hockey players that are injured. Who cares? So it was a really aggravating point for me because I don't feel, so it's like this negative cycle where then the media would say, well, people want to know about the male athletes. And I'd say that's because you've taught them about them. Start running stories about some of the phenomenal female athletes in this country and educate people so that now we have a following. But even in track and field back then, I remember going to a road mile in I think it was in New York, where they had the top 10 milers in the world for women and the top 10 for men. And the men were making almost double the money the women were making. So as soon as I learned that, after that, there was no more going to those races until we got, you know, equality in pay. So the other piece is as a female athlete, what I would like to see is every single sport being equal. Like, for example, women's field lacrosse versus men's field lacrosse is absolutely, it's embarrassing. It's so dumbed down. Women can't even hit each other. So there's lots of sports where it isn't equal. Like when I first started running, there was the women's 3,000 meters and the men ran the 5,000 because we couldn't handle it. Like, we're human beings. We're all human beings, okay? Like, guys might be stronger and have more testosterone, but I feel like women, we have our own strengths. We're more agile. We're more aerobically, we're put together, we're better aerobic athletes than men just naturally. So we have our own attributes, and until the world just kind of gets, yeah, we need all the sports to be exactly equal. So I'm always on a rant about that, and I will never let that go. I still opened up the newspaper today and I didn't see any female athletes in there. So
I appreciate you fighting for it. I think we all need to, or it's never going to happen. And I don't want to go too far over our time slots because all the pressure's on me. People are going to blame me at the end, so I can't handle it. But I do want to say, I just have appreciated so much your messages about patience, consistency, goal setting, and love. Like, the love for the game, I think, is something that really stands out to me too among women, because you're not getting the same opportunities and advantages that maybe some of the men are. And your messages have been so important, and I cannot thank you enough for joining us.
Well, thank you so much, Alexis. It's been super nice to be here with everybody.
We are grateful to have you. And as our magic man behind the scenes kind of switches things out here, I think we're going to move into talking about some of the misconceptions of training with Khyl Orser, who is the owner and head coach at Speed Mechanics. Hopefully I'm getting all this right. Don't tell me if I'm wrong. Just let it go.
There we go.
Khyl is a registered strength and conditioning coach specializing in speed and power development. Has worked with Olympic, international, national, and collegiate athletes in multiple sports, has raced nationally and internationally while getting his master's degree in exercise science. We have a lot of education here in the house tonight. I love it. There's just if we put all of our degrees in one room, like a house would collapse. I don't want to try it, but I think it would happen. Khyl's also won multiple medals at nationals for track cycling. Now works to develop athletes to bridge the gap to the next level. Also publishing papers on velocity-based training. And I know I am super, super excited to hear from you. And I'm just going to hand over the floor to you, and I will come back later. Hopefully people have some questions, get them in. I keep forgetting to tell people to ask questions.
Yes.
Let's just say this is my first time doing this, sure, and give me some slack, but hopefully people send some questions and we can get to those, and floor is yours, Khyl.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Alexis. And thanks for the presentation before, Leah. That was incredible. A lot of those experiences I could relate to even in my own athletic career. So that was very cool to hear. So I'm going to just share my screen here. And there we go. All right. So as mentioned before, I'm the owner and head coach at Speed Mechanics in Victoria, BC. It's a new youth training facility. It's a small snapshot of our space. But as mentioned, I'm going to start talking about strength and conditioning for female baseball players and what that looks like. So first off, I'm going to go over just some of the baseball characteristics, sort of what, I mean, all of this should be well known and very familiar to anybody in the game, but important to look at. And then I'm going to touch on long-term athlete development for boys versus girls, and then some simple low-hanging fruit. I want to talk about strength training, what that looks like, why it's important, speed training, what that looks like, some common things that I see wrong with it, or some simple things that we can fix very easily. And then conditioning for baseball. If we've got time, I'll touch on that and what that looks like. But first, I want to get into baseball characteristics. So this should be no surprise. Baseball is a very highly skill-oriented sport. Things happen very quickly. You need fast reaction times with very precise movements. When we look at pitching times, a pitch with full windup is going to take you about 1.8 seconds. So that's from the start position all the way through to ball being released. If we take out the windup and just start from single stance leg, that's about 1 second to the release of the pitch. From an athlete making contact with a single, we look at, in Major League Baseball, about 4.25 seconds for them to reach first base on average, and then a double taking about 7 to 7.5 seconds. And a 60-yard is just a straight line double, and the average is about 6.9 seconds. So all very fast movements, and then the longest movement arguably in the game is an inside the park home run, which is about 14 seconds. So that's something to keep in mind when we come back to conditioning later, but everything that you see here is a very fast, explosive movement, and that's really important when we look at the training for baseball. When we move into the long-term athlete development models, and I apologize for the non-gender neutral colors. I just took this from a paper from 2012, so it's on the authors. But when we look at the top one as girls development, we look at the chronological age along the top, so that's how old they are. And we go down the list to the physical qualities. The highlighted attributes there are, the highlighted and bolded ones are the most important ones. Small print means less important. So when we look here, speed, agility, power, strength, and eventually hypertrophy are extremely important for the athlete development. Now this is just general athlete development. When we look at a little bit lower, we see still in pink, but very small print, is endurance and MC, or metabolic conditioning. This is very small because kids, when they're developing, both boys and girls, don't have the hormones necessary to peak yet for endurance. It doesn't mean we don't train endurance. It just means that it's lower on the totem pole, and our focus, particularly in a sport like baseball, should be on agility, speed, power, and strength. One that's not highlighted but is bolded is SSS at the top, and that's sport-specific skills, which goes along with speed, strength, and agility. So that's playing your game. Playing your game is the most important throughout your entire career. But those other attributes, agility, speed, power, strength, and for girls, hypertrophy, that one really becomes bolded around 12 years old. So after they've hit their growth spurt, that's when it becomes important. That's when they start to have the hormones ready to build muscle easier. So for boys, if you look down below, that'll be about 13, 14, and there'll be late developers and early developers, but that's the general idea. So most of the time, most sports, baseball included, the focus seems to be on the skill, the sport itself, and conditioning or energy system development. And this is a mistake. Our focus should be on skill development, speed, power, and strength, particularly for a speed, power, strength sport. That should make sense. When we look at how, or I guess moving on to strength, strength is really related to everything. Strength underpins all movements, all skill development. You can see from the graphic on the side here, it's related to power, agility, speed, endurance, anaerobic endurance, aerobic endurance. If you are stronger, everything else is easier. And that's the most important thing. If we increase your relative strength, i.e. your maximal strength relative to your body weight, if you are relatively stronger, skill development is easier. And that is huge. So you can learn things better. Things just become easier because everything is more sub-maximal. It's further away from your maximum strength. So we want to encourage our kids and girls especially, get stronger. That's the most important thing here. So just a couple of things. There's a lot of numbers here, so I apologize for that, but the things to look at are the highlighted boxes here. So the first box is looking at lean body mass from rookie Major League Baseball players to Major League Baseball players. There's a significant difference in lean muscle mass. So major leaguers have more muscle mass. Should be no surprise. But below that, the next box, their vertical jump is the same height as rookies, but because they're heavier, they weigh more, their peak power is significantly greater. And then the box below that, their 10-yard sprint, because they have more muscle mass, they've trained more explosively, their 10-meter or 10-yard sprint is also significantly faster, which will lead us into the next point on speed. But again, we're just looking that speed or strength relates to everything. Below that, the three boxes along the bottom there are badminton players and looking at their relative strength. And nobody thinks badminton players are very strong. They're surprisingly strong. But the point is that it's significantly related to their agility test, the T test and the X test. So strength is very, very important for all movement qualities. How do you get stronger at this age? This age, the most important thing is looking at technique versus load. We want to ensure that people are moving correctly and that they're supervised. So it's important to find a qualified coach, and I cannot stress qualified coach enough. We're looking for certified strength and conditioning specialists. We're looking for coaches with education and background in coaching and in working with youth athletes. That's the most important thing to make sure that we're progressing them over the long term. And so that progression looks like keeping it simple and until that stops working. If anybody's trying to sell you on some magic thing that's going to improve your strength, throw it out the window. Similar to Leah's point on the negative coach, throw it out the window. Keep it simple and progress as long as possible. It's such a piece of low-hanging fruit that you can progress kids for a very long time, doing very simple things, and then setting them up appropriately for college or for their national team. And that's when things get a little bit more complex, but master the basics first. And in saying that, technique before load, we want to maintain technique as we load them. So if you're loading somebody and their technique's falling apart, you need to pull back. How many times a week can you be doing this? 1 to 3 times a week, total body. Make sure to hit everything. And then strength training doesn't always have to be weights. You can use hill sprints, medicine ball throws, anything with resistance and some explosiveness. Plyometrics are a great tool if you don't have access to a gym. Again, hill sprints are a great tool. Not only do you get faster, but you get stronger by doing everything uphill because you've got to go against gravity. So some simple things to think about. Next, moving on to speed. Are you born with it? To a degree, yes. But can you be faster? Absolutely. So a great diagram here from Charlie Francis, world-renowned speed coach. If we look at before training, there is a lot of potential for this athlete, but they're not able to use it because they haven't trained. So coming into training, we're going to increase that ceiling a little bit. We're going to make that blue just go a little bit further. But the more important thing after training is they learn how to use the power that they have. They develop more power, but they learn how to use what their abilities a lot better. And I think that's the most important part to realize about training. So in a speed power sport, we need to absolutely aim to increase our speed. So some things that I see commonly is coaches teaching athletes to take very long first steps. And this is a bit of an issue. As soon as you start to get outside of or out from underneath you and you're reaching for that stride, you're throwing a braking force on. You're basically throwing a parachute out the back and putting the brakes on. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the inflated ball and landing underneath us. That's where you're going to create power and speed. Now that's at upright sprinting. We'll get into acceleration later. Another one that I see is crossover steps when stealing bases. It doesn't make any sense. As soon as you cross over, you're pushing off of the back foot, bringing it across the body. Now you've fully committed. You can't go back if for whatever reason, but you're all tangled up, and generally your trajectory on the base path is off. You're not even pointed at second base anymore. If you teach the drop step, you're lowering your center of mass, you're pulling the foot underneath you, you're falling towards second base, and you're creating free speed off of that to accelerate faster. And who doesn't want to do that? It gives you more chance for success in stealing that base. So teach the drop step or learn the drop step if you've never been shown. Insufficient recovery between reps, it's highlighted. I often see just sprint, and nobody sitting still. I generally teach about 1 minute per 10 meters, and that sounds like a lot for coaches. But if you've got enough athletes going through the drill, by the time they get back to the top, it's already been a minute. If you've got a small group of athletes, just ask them questions, see how they're feeling, see how that rep felt compared to the first rep. These are just simple things to kind of delay time, but get the athlete thinking about their rep, thinking about how it felt, and thinking about how they can improve the next one. Important side note there, don't think during the rep. You'll screw it up. It's just like trying to think while you swing a bat. Not going to work. And then finally, sprinting is not synonymous with conditioning. Sprinting is fast, conditioning is not. It's very submaximal. So sprinting is like 90 to 100%. It's fast, it's on one end of the spectrum. Conditioning, it's repetitive. You may be doing intervals, but do not mix the two. Conditioning is not going to make you faster. Speed will help the other way though. So what does good sprinting look like? My mentor, Derek Hansen here, developed this image, and I think it's a perfect image. It's super easy to use for any coach to take video of their athlete, or even athletes to look at themselves on their phone and just see, did you hit the hashtag? Are you a hashtag? So what we're looking at is the upper body and back thigh parallel to the front shin. That's the two upward pieces of the hashtag. The two horizontal parallel ones are the upper thigh and your arms, shoulders. Are they parallel to each other? And then you should be able to draw straight lines down and straight lines across, and you get the hashtag. When you look at acceleration, so coming right off of first from a dead start, all you're going to do is take the hashtag picture on this screen and then tilt it forward a few degrees, and that will be your angle to sprint to second base. So if you're seeing these angles, you're doing a good job. You're in a good position. Keep doing it. There's tons of posture drills and positioning drills to work on this. You can do them on the wall, you can do them marching, you can do them banded. I'll put my email up at the end, so if you have any questions or want to reach out to me, by all means, ask more questions. That's fine. Generally, we want to keep things short to long. So we're looking at 0 to 20 meters. You're just working on acceleration. Keep it straight, keep it simple, and then the rest is important at the bottom there. Now, getting into conditioning for baseball. I might annoy a few people with this, but that's okay. I'm here to shake things up on the conditioning side. So going long for baseball players. When we go back to the beginning, to the baseball characteristics, I said the longest play was about 14 seconds. There is no reason to run 5Ks or 10Ks in baseball, but you have to be aerobically conditioned enough to survive the high density game schedule, and to do it day in and day out, practice after practice, through the entire summer. So I'm not saying being aerobic or not being aerobically conditioned is not important. I'm just saying that we need to think about how we're doing it and why we're doing it and what we're actually training for. So most of this game is relatively low intensity. So we want to look at, this is one that I use for a multitude of sports. I've used it for baseball players, and I just change up the running ability or the distances. So a tempo run is not the same as a tempo run for a long distance runner. This is going to be more like a sprinter's tempo run. So it's simple, it's effective. Athletes learn to run at higher speeds and they get used to running at higher speeds, and they still build that aerobic engine. The goal of these is to have the last rep as hard as the first rep. So it's not about killing yourself, it's about completing it with your best technique. Generally, we're looking at running 65 to 75% of your max speed over 40 to 100 meters. You would walk or rest. You can just stand still for about 50 seconds in between reps, or walk the 25 to 50 meters. This is really easy to set up on a soccer pitch. If you run the length and walk the width, it's about 100 meters and 50 meters, or about 60 meters width. So it works out real easy. Generally, I start out 400 to 500 meters in a single session per week, or per session 2 to 3 times a week, and I progress that about 200 to 300 meters per week. So a mock sample 6 weeks would look like this. In this particular one, I have the athlete running every 75 seconds, and they'll be generally running for female athletes about 18 to 22 seconds per 100 meters. So you would do that 3 times, then the plus sign, you would rest 3 minutes, do it again another 3 times, rest 3 minutes, do it again another 3 times, and then you're done. And that's it. Each session, the volume's going up a little bit. And then by week 5 and week 6, we're going to get a little bit more intense with it. But I guarantee you, you're going to be faster and more conditioned, and you'll blow the conditioning tests out of the water that your coaches do. But again, if you want more information, I'll be happy to, well, there's my email right there. So Alexis, if there's any questions out there, I know I said a lot of information and spoke fairly quickly, but happy to take any questions.
Yeah, there are some. Let me welcome myself back here. We got a couple. The first question that we got is, I think maybe can be separated into a couple of parts. The question was, what about when a coach tells a young girl that she is overweight and needs to lose weight when she clearly has more muscle than fat? So I think that's 2 questions. First of all, just what about when a coach tells a young girl that? And then also when the body breakdown is probably where it should be.
Yeah, that's a real tough one. I've dealt with athletes that have been in that situation before, and it bothers me a lot when that happens. It's not the coach's place to say. And yeah, when an athlete, or when a coach says that, I think the athlete wants to still play, and just take it. nod your head, smile, and go on and do your thing. And then show them, like, weight doesn't matter in baseball, really. Depending on your position, of course. If you're an outfielder, you got to be fast. But I mean, there's a lot of big guys in the majors that are just fine, that are huge. So that's a real tough one. I would talk to the coach, or talk to your parents first, and then talk to the coach, and just tell them that's not appropriate, because it's not.
Yeah, as a woman who was a young girl once, I know the effects that can have. And when Leah said, get a new coach, I know that's tough, but I do think, you gotta kind of nip it in the bud where you can, and that's not something that should happen. I hope nobody is dealing with that, and I hope no coaches are saying anything like that. Another question we had is, at what age should girls start weight training, and what should they focus on?
Yeah, girls can start weight training relatively early on. We've got girls in our facility here as young as 12. And I mean, they can start even earlier, but weight training will look different than when you're older in high school or in college. It's going to be focused on some body weight movements, starting with a dowel. For those who don't know what a dowel is, it's a stick. You use the bat. But it's squatting, lunging, hinging, pushing, pulling, and then including like med balls, simple, smaller implements to progress from there. But there's no reason you can't start weight training, and it's important to start weight training at that younger age. It'll make things a lot easier. And there's no worry either about bones or joints or anything like that. Like the common myths around kids training and with weights, there's no research on that suggests that there's any harm to the athlete or to the kid. The biggest thing is having a qualified coach and having supervision. Those are the two biggest things that you need for kids in weight training.
And a very important question somebody asked is, what do they do if a coach says that they need to condition the way that you outlined was not good?
Yeah, I get that all the time. That's a tricky one because I'm not the coach. And unfortunately, the coach is going to do those sorts of things, and there's nothing that you can do. Like, you have to be prepared for it. But as an athlete, you have to know what you've just done, and then how you're preparing in the gym, how you're preparing off field. You survive those sorts of things. You get through with the minimum, and then hopefully you've got somebody outside that is helping you with that. But it can be very hard on the body with a lot of running that I know a lot of coaches in a lot of sports make the athletes do. And it's tricky.
Somebody else asked also if long distance running is valuable for recovery in baseball. And I do want to say shout out to the women's national team members who will be joining me later, because I'm a long distance runner and I forced some of them to join me in like a little challenge throughout this pandemic to keep me motivated. And then you're like, no 5K, 10Ks. And I was like, maybe
Sorry,
I'm in trouble here. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have an issue with it. Like, as long as, if you're going out and you're used to those sorts of things, if you took me out for a 5K, I would fall apart right now. I don't run anything further than 30 meters. So I would just die. My hamstrings would be toast. I couldn't play for a week. But if you're used to running, and you enjoy running and you're using it as a recovery day, make sure it is an actual recovery day. You're not going out and running a personal best 5K. or 3K or anything like that. You want to go out and it's an easy jog. You put your headphones in, enjoy the scenery, take your time with it. That's totally fine. If you're a runner, great. If you want to do it on a bike and you like biking, great. There's nothing wrong with doing that for recovery purposes, but just make sure it's actually for recovery and not killing yourself out there.
Not me forcing you into joining me in a challenge to motivate myself. Perfect. Okay. And our last question, I think, is do you have any thoughts or recommendations on upper body plyos for throwing velo?
Yeah, I mean, I love using med balls for throwing. There's a ton of different things that you can do with a med ball. You can do explosive push-ups as well. So just getting air with them. You can use assistance with like a band underneath your chest that you're pushing. It's assisting you and making the push-up easier. So your arms move faster or contract faster. You can throw med balls overhead. You can do single arm pushes. There's so many things that you could do with that, but I think med balls are one of the best tools that you can use for those sorts of things. You can catch and throw, so you can change it, make it reactive, or you can just make it purely power, where you're just pushing. But do it standing, do it kneeling, do it rotational, do it. Just throw them as hard as you can at some concrete wall wherever you are.
Awesome. Yeah. And I want to thank you for making me feel bad about my own health and fitness and my own PowerPoint skills. Some of those charts, I mean, my math knowledge is even questioned here. Had a lot of fun watching that one. But no, I'm really appreciative for everything that you've touched on. Hopefully people learn some things about the ways to train, misconceptions around training. And I know that you gave your email address, and we're also going to suggest to anyone that has further questions for anyone participating in this evening to contact Baseball BC, and they will set you up. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I'm trying to keep us on time. It's my only job. Yeah. So as we transition into our next guest, I will introduce Cav Whiteley, who will talk about leadership, get into some further notions of what we're talking about this evening. He served as the head coach at Douglas College for 10 years, while also coaching for Baseball BC and Baseball Canada. Was named Baseball Canada's Elite Coach of the Year in 2018 and has spent 8 years coaching with Team Canada at international tournaments and 2 World University Championships. From 2013 to 15, also helped lead Team BC to 3 straight national championships and a gold medal at the Canada Summer Games. And I also just heard that you made a big impact with the Red Cliff Padres when you were in Australia, and you've done bringing some Canadians to Australia, bringing some Australians to Canada. So fun fact for you, but I will I basically just hand the floor over to you. Looking forward to listening to what you had to say. And I just want to thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alexis. Much appreciated. Hopefully everyone's doing well here. I was really glad to see the Canucks just won in overtime for some people who are side watching games here a little bit. Thanks a lot, Khyl. That information that you threw out there was great. It was awesome always to see some of the newer research that's going on within training baseball, especially on the women's side. And to Alexis' point about my time in Australia, lots of great stories from playing over there. And like I said, always trying to strengthen the bonds between countries as we grow the game on a global basis. Anyways, thanks for having me tonight. I'm going to talk a little bit about leadership. As you probably, I'm going to share my screen here with everybody and talk to you a little bit about experience with leadership, but also a little bit about why the heck I would be talking to you about leadership and who am I to be talking about leadership. I've been in the game here for quite a long time, both as a coach, as a player, but 25 years coaching now, which man makes me feel pretty old. But the idea is that every team that you've ever played on, you've probably, and I know a lot of you who are in listening tonight have probably been leaders on your own team. But I want to really talk about leadership, not only in sport, but in life as well. I do a lot of student success-based seminars at Douglas College. I do a specific course for student athletes, get them to explore their own personalities and their own leadership. But I want to talk a little bit about where leaders come from and how you can become a better leader. We'll talk a little bit about the psychology behind it, because that's kind of a little bit about my background, but just want to give you a little bit about me and how I came to be. So who is this person talking in front of you? I'm basically a coach who spent his childhood out on the sandlot too much. Backyard baseball was kind of my life. I dragged anybody and everybody who was around to play, girls and boys alike. I grew up in a neighborhood with tons of kids my age. I was the one who created the baseball park in my backyard with the help of my parents. And I invited all kids from all walks of life to come play in my backyard, girls, boys, everything. And I think that's where kind of coaching took off for me, is I got all these people to come into my backyard and then said, oh, geez, now I have to try to teach these kids how to play baseball. And felt myself kind of fall into a natural leadership position that way. But when I got playing baseball at an organized level, I found out that all that backyard stuff doesn't help when you're looking at competition and you're trying to become a better player. One of the main things that I found with baseball, and you guys probably have similar experiences, I really truly believe that baseball brings out the best qualities in athletes. Whether it's their training skill or the hours they have to put in. I know that baseball in itself, and Khyl touched on it quite a few times, is that there's so many different skills you have to become good at to become a baseball player. And leadership is sometimes one we don't think about. We don't think about the mental side of how to lead our athletes, whether it's as a coach or even just as a teammate or as a player who's playing on a new team for the first time, and who to follow and what to do. I think it's an important one. My background, I've had a chance to coach all levels, right from the grassroots. I've coached a few. I've had the honor and opportunity to coach a few Major League Baseball superstars that are having their time right now. But now I'm working a lot with tiny little T-ballers and 7, 8, 9-year-olds. I've got a pair of twins playing T-ball and baseball right now. I got one girl and one boy, so I'm seeing baseball from both sides of their experiences as well, and really promoting my daughter obviously to keep with baseball. She's got baseball practice 3 times a week during the return to sport and play. So that's a little bit about my background. But I want to talk about what a leader might look like. So when you think about it in your head and you think about leadership, what pictures come to mind? And I put a couple pictures here on the screen right now. Some emotional leadership, some people who are leading by example. Another picture there on the lower left side, somebody picking up their teammate. In your mind, as you're watching me, what does a leader look like? And what kind of experiences do you have as a leader? And what kind of experiences do you have with leaders that, or people that are supposed to be leaders on the teams that you've played on or played with or coached? So I think it's really interesting when we start to think about what leadership is and how leadership affects team performance, individual performance, position-specific performance. Some of my favorite ones here, like you said, with Anthony Rizzo up in the top left, you can't tell if that's anger or excitement. Sometime a leader, you don't know which emotions are coming out. Adam Wainwright there on the top right, obviously that's a positive emotion, a strikeout in a big situation in a World Series game. Lower right-hand corner, you've got one of our first Major League base coaches, girls leading by example, wearing a mask on the field, a big part of what's happening in baseball in this day and age. And then lower left, picking up our teammates. Leaders are always ones that should be there for us. So the idea of thinking about leadership and thinking about what you can do for leadership, a big part of my talk tonight is that there is no one perfect picture of the perfect leader, right? There are some specific characteristics that we look for with leaders, but not necessarily the one look. You don't have to be a certain way. You don't have to look a certain way. Your talent level doesn't have to be the highest. You don't have to be the most talented player on the team to be a leader. And I think that's something that if you take anything away from the talk I have tonight, is leaders come in all shapes and all sizes. So moving along, there are some qualities of a good leader. But thinking about the leaders that you've had on your teams, right? Are they driven? Do they push themselves and push the people around them to do better, right? Are they emotional, right? The type of leaders that you would follow, are they emotional roller coasters? Are they high of highs and lows of lows? right? Are the qualities of a leader? And again, we're just asking some of these questions. How serious are they? Are they someone who is affected by the situations and affected by the ups and downs of baseball? Or are they steady as a rock? And I think that's an important one to consider. All right, are they humorous? I know in a lot of situations, good leaders can be the person that takes the pressure off, the person that can step up and have a little bit of a sense of humor when your team makes a mistake, or can laugh at themselves when they make an error, or when they don't do something perfect after the game. They can kind of say, all right, that wasn't it, but or crack a joke at the perfect time, right? How steady and consistent are they in their leadership qualities? I think that's an important one to consider. Popularity. It's not ideal, and I'm sure you've been on teams before where leadership is kind of decided by the person who speaks out the most, and that may or may not be the best, but it's something we definitely have to think about. You don't have to be popular to be a leader, of course, and oftentimes leaders are not popular. They are honest enough to tell people things that they might not want to hear, and teammates push teammates to get a little bit better, even though it might be, hey, let's get it going. How honest are they? Are they honest to a fault, honest to a T? I think that's an important one to think about when you're talking about leadership qualities. I'm sure that you guys can think of others. Again, I recommend you can throw it up there in the chat if you really like. We'll keep an eye on the chat stuff as we go through. But research has found, what we found in sports psychology, there are some constants. There are some things that good leaders do consistently. They did a major study back about 10 years ago on some of the skills that good leaders possess. So leaders on teams that have had success, or leaders that have been, pushed by their teammates and have been kind of talked about by their teammates as good leaders. So some of those particular qualities, right? The leader is very, very goal driven. And I know we were talking about goals a little bit before, but a leader needs to have a goal driven, both team or individual, right? For better or for worse. Some leaders are so driven on their individual goals, they forget about the team sometimes. So it's important to be able to focus back on some of those team goals. But leaders are also need to be selfless, right? A real good leader, if you think about the leaders that you've had on your teams, are they people that make the people around them better, right? And I think that's a really, really important quality to have as a leader, because if you're not making the people around you better and you're only working on your own little internal bubble or silo, it doesn't matter how much talent you have, right? It's going to change the outcome of the team or of the team's potential and being able to reach the team's potential, right? Work ethic is a big one, especially for those leaders and people who maybe aren't the most vocal leaders, right? People follow work ethic. People follow the people who show up early and stay late, right? Being able to outwork and outperform and outplay the people around them, right? Leaders, especially the good ones, have internal motivation. In psychology, we call that intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation. You want to make sure that the motivation, they have a strong why in why they come to practice, why they train, why they tend to want to reach the next level. They really are able to push themselves regardless of the outcome of a game, their coaches' pep talks, right? What's going on with their team. Really strong leaders have that internal motivation to keep improving themselves and the team around them. And finally, I think one of the most important ones, especially for people who are trying to play at the highest level possible, is this relentless competitive drive. And I say this with caution because, of course, some of the younger players out there, if you're overly competitive, it can take away from the enjoyment of the sport a little bit, especially for some other people. Coming from someone who was super competitive as a kid and had to work through the emotions of losing and, being able to stay positive with my teammates. But I think the competitive drive is important. I remember sometimes if somebody walked faster than me in the hallways at high school, it would kind of bug me a little bit. Like, maybe I should just walk faster. Maybe I'm not walking fast enough, right? It's that competitive drive to constantly want to improve yourself or be a bit better version of yourself that's important. So these are some of the absolutes that the research has shown us that are very important for good leaders. There are some specific things that good leaders will do. And I think that there's a difference between having these qualities that we just talked about, these values, and putting them into action. So you can have strong internal motivation, but again, if you're not able to take those values and turn them into actual behaviors that you'll show on field, then it becomes difficult. So a good leader knows themselves. So they understand how they react to certain situations. They understand their emotional front. They know how they fit within a team dynamic. And that being said, a good leader also knows their teammates quite well. And I think that's an important one. Sometimes leaders, if they're the most vocal on a team early on, working with a team in the training sessions or whatever, and they don't take into account the people around them, then it becomes difficult, at least more difficult to be able to motivate and lead the team around you. So the important part is knowing themselves and knowing their teammates. Communicates well with teams and with team and coaches. So is a pretty good communicator. And that doesn't mean you introverts out there can't be good communicators, right? I think there's a large difference between the person who can get up in front of everybody and give the raw speech to get a team going versus the person who likes to have those one-on-one conversations with people. Maybe, hey, this person's a bit down, I want to try to pick them up. That's good communication as well. Talking to their coaches one-on-one, talking about roles and values. I think that's an important one too. So think about if you want to, or your push is to be a leader, how well do you communicate with your teammates around you and the coaches that you work with? Are you able to shift perspectives in situations? So what I mean by this is the ability to take wins and losses and put them in perspective, the ability to take a good practice session and put it into perspective. What does this mean in the big scheme of things? Are we able to shift our paradigm a little bit from, hey, we didn't play very well today, to, hey, did we learn something from not playing very well today? The ability to take failure and turn it into improvement is such a huge thing in baseball. In a game where there is so much failure, a really good leader is able to take the perspective of, maybe we lost, but did we reach the goals that we had for today's game? Did we, were we aggressive within our plan? Did we meet our philosophy or our approach? So a good leader has the ability to shift that type of perspective, right? Can they adapt to the situation? So when you get into pressure situations, what do good leaders look like, right? What do good leaders do? Do they take control of the game, right? And in baseball, especially when you've got these certain positions that tend to have a bigger impact on the game, such as the starting pitcher on the mound or the catcher behind the plate, right? How well do they adapt to the situation at hand? Have they done their work beforehand to know what's going on? Can they talk about situations? Can they keep their emotions in check? And I think that's a big one, especially in the sports psychology realm, being able to adapt to the situation that they're in, but also control the emotions of the situation that they're in. Right. And then again, the very last one, which I don't have to tell you guys, a good leader understands how to motivate people to improve, right? Motivates the people around them. If you think from a coaching standpoint, right, can you motivate your players for the reasons that they would like to keep playing at the next level? As a player, can you look to someone that's going to help motivate you to become better at the position? If you're a young player on an older team, maybe you're a young girl who just joined a junior national team, or you've just joined a Team BC for the first time, all right, can you look up to someone who's been there and done that before and motivate yourself to be and emote and replicate some of the performances and personalities of that person in particular? So do you understand how to motivate people in your own way? And that's what I'm going to kind of move to next, is, do you understand how to change, become a better leader? So all of us want to be better leaders in a way. I don't think you would be on this call if you weren't interested in some sort of leadership position. So again, we go back to the most important aspect is to understand yourself and the people around you. And I think from a sports psychology standpoint, this shows us that psychology actually has a number of really, really good tools for assessing yourself and assessing and understanding others. And there's often been a disconnect between the sports psychology theory, stuff you can read in a textbook, and the stuff we can actually use on field with our teams. And my job, at least the last few years as a coach, has been trying to take the stuff that I learned in my master's degree in coaching sciences and drag it onto a field where we can actually put it to use as a tool for our players. I've used this both at the college level and with some of the high performance teams that I've worked with. But one of the best models that I've found is one that's been around for a while, but it's being adapted for sport, which I find is really good. The NCAA, especially the Division I sports at the highest levels in the US, are using it. And it's called the DISC model. And it's a model that is a true kind of personality exploration for yourself. And I think this is one of the very first steps, and a really, really easy step to understanding yourself and becoming a bit better leader. So I just want to give you just a quick rundown of what this model looks like. And in our question and answer period today, if you want me to put up some of the website stuff so you can do your own, I'll do that as well. So this is what this DISC model personality looks like. And for you guys right now, as you're looking at the screen, you should see a graphic that shows you 4 different colors, but also 4 different titles. And then you've got these crosshairs in the middle, right? The DISC model says that you, as a person, you're either more task focused or more people focused, or you're more outgoing versus reserved. And you can kind of look at this as extroversion versus introversion, right? And if you look at these 4 boxes as yourself, can you see some of the things that you might recognize in yourself already? Just without even doing any of this, if you look at some of these colors and read about, okay, am I a dominant personality type, or am I an influencing personality type? Am I a compliance type, which is careful and logistic? Or am I a steadiness, which is more supportive and conservative and dependable, right? Every person on every team that I've worked with will fall more into one of these quadrants than another. And I think when we do some of these inventories as a team, you'll start to see, certain personality types fall into certain categories, and then you'll start to go, oh, that makes complete sense. I know for me as a coach, it's an invaluable tool, understanding the people that I'm working with, not only my players, but my coaches as well. And if you understood where you stood as a teammate, it might be easier for you to connect with other people in the team, knowing that they're going to be a little bit different. Now, there's tons and tons of information out on the DISC model. I think it's important when you look at this to say, okay, which one do I agree with the most? Not necessarily what's the only one that I agree with, but which one do I agree with that I think I am the most? Like for me, it's a pretty easy pick. I think I'm on the influencing side, although sometimes I can be close to dominance because of my role in coaching. When I'm an instructor at the college, it might be a little bit lower than that. So just a couple more things. There's some words there that might help you choose kind of where you're at. Again, are you more on the people focused side with the influencing and supportive side? Or are you more on the outgoing side and task focused in the dominant and conscientious side? So you look at some of those words there and start to see which side you might fall to a little bit. And again, at the end, if you're kind of stuck and going, I'm not quite sure, I'd agree with some of these and some of these and some of these, chances are you're going to be a mix. It's actually quite rare to just be one of these personality types. So like I said, you usually have a mix of a couple of these different ones. So if you see that graphic on the screen right now, that's my results. You can see that big dot under the I in influence, but you see there's some shades going into the dominant side and into the steadiness side over there on the other, into the other spectrum as well on that target. You see some of the words across the top. Those are some of the things that I truly believe in, and I can now see that in myself as a coach. So I'm very enthusiastic when I'm on the field. I like being collaborative with the players and people I work with, and I'm very action oriented. When things need to be done, I need to try to get going on that. So if you were to do a DISC model, you would find you get results somewhere that look like this. So not just one area, but a combination or a mix of those types. Good leaders really get to know their team. So once you understand where you fall, you might be able to see where your teammates fall. So if you look at this graphic on the screen right now, you'll see all these black dots everywhere. This is just a quick example of what a team one might look like. We call it the team target. So you'll see the results of all of your teammates on a kind of a target like this. Now I took the names off it so you couldn't see any of the names, but on any one team, you're going to get people in all these different areas. And again, it's not about you, it's about us and how you kind of connect within that team. So the last thing I'll say here to kind of wrap up is understanding and utilizing your leadership strengths. As I said, anybody can be a leader. It's understanding your strengths. So you know how to best handle situations, right? And then you'll get a chance to see how other people react, other different personality types. And that's probably going to help you understand other people a bit better. If you know that this one person's a dominant type and this person's not, or this person's a conscientious type, they're not going to see the same situations in the same way, right? And once you know yourself and your teammates, it's going to be way easier for you to motivate, cultivate, and perform to the best of your own abilities, as also hopefully can reach the kind of the pinnacle of your team's potential as well. And we found this using this the last kind of 4 or 5 years now at the college level. We've really been able to connect our team better, and regardless of our win-loss records, the team gets along better. The team understands itself a little bit more, right? So remember, at the end here, anyone can lead in their own way. It doesn't matter what your personal personality type is. It doesn't matter what your talent level is. Your leadership comes a lot from your passion within, and then your outward ability to explain that passion to others, and falling into some of those categories somewhere, right? Again, thanks for listening to this part of it. I'll flip over back to Alexis if she wants to start the Q&A here a little bit. And again, I can put up some of these websites in the chat if people are interested in finding out a little bit more about themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure we can get that information to people through Baseball BC again as well. If anybody wants to reach out for any reasons to Baseball BC, we can get you what you're looking for, what you need. And I do want to, we have a question from the chat. What if the team leader is pulling the team away from the views of the coaches?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one. One thing that I've seen with our experiences is that it's important when they do something like a disc model to have the coaches do it as well, so that you could see your captains might be over here somewhere and your coaches might be over here somewhere. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the overall philosophy is different, right? It just means that this player thinks that they are doing and dragging the team this way because that's their personality. I think if they understand that, okay, within one philosophy, you're going to have a whole bunch of different personality types, you can understand that. And again, I think a lot of it's about communication too. I think when you have a leader on a team, again, they have to be a good communicator with the coaching staff and work really closely with the head coaches, especially if they've been labeled a captain or something like that. That communication and relationship with the coach or within the assistant coaches within that team, even if they have completely different ways of approaching their training sessions or what they're trying to do in games or their philosophy, is that understanding that we have different personality types that we work within, and then understanding how to kind of take that captain and slowly kind of mold them back to where the team philosophy can maximize, and you're kind of taking everybody in rather than just that one person. So that's, I think that's a big one, is having your coaches on that target as well, so you know what personality types they bring to the table too.
And I do want to ask you, you talked about intrinsic motivation, and I know that that's something that I personally have struggled with throughout the pandemic, and just figuring out that, you know, without the regular everyday things that I had going on in my life before, it is harder to remain motivated. Do you have any advice for people who may struggle with that, who are or are not leaders, and or just during this time or just in general?
Yeah, I think one of the big ones is stripping away a lot of the information that's out there. You know, a lot of us, when we look for motivation, we go to YouTube, we go online to find out what other people are doing, right? We really are looking for intrinsic motivation, but we're looking for it externally, which is the exact polar opposites of each other. I think you have to go back to simplifying who you are and your why. I constantly talk with my players about their why. When they're struggling in baseball games or struggling in school or whatever it might be, talking about, why did you start doing this in the first place? You know, what were the things that you really loved about the game of baseball that got you playing when you were a little kid? What are some of the memories that you remember that you really enjoyed about the game? And it's kind of stripping away all of the technology and access to information we have and getting back to kind of our basics, why I started in the first place. Where do I want to go? What does this look like when if I look at the childhood version of myself, right? What did that childhood version want from me? You know, what would they want to see me doing? And I found that helps a lot with finding your internal motivation, because a lot of times we pile on a lot of our personalities and our expectations on top of what we truly want, especially when we're young. Our values were much simpler when we were little kids.
And I think like a common theme that I've heard from Leah, from Khyl, from you, is really having a sense of self-awareness and how that can help. Do you have maybe any strategies for people to just kind of understand themselves and to have that sense of self-awareness, especially in leadership?
Yeah, you know what? It's going to sound strange, but fail. Put yourself in situations that are super challenging. Put yourself in situations that are outside of your comfort zone, and don't do well in them. You know, putting yourself out there. I remember I was always had a fear of public speaking, and now I have to do it basically for a living every single day. I totally recommend, if you want to find that, put yourself in situations that are difficult, and you kind of build up your armor a little bit. So when you put yourself in pressure situations, or you find yourself in situations that are difficult, you're building armor for future success. So my advice is, fail in situations, try to do things, set your goals super high. And when you don't reach them, having to like restructure or reformat those goals or review why you didn't make it is actually going to make you stronger in the long run. So I think the failure piece is an important one. Now, you obviously, you don't want to fail so bad you can't get up, or you quit and that type of thing. But I think it helps to know who we are when we're doing things that we're not having success with, especially if you're looking to keep playing at the next level. Keep challenging yourself.
And baseball is a failure sport, honestly. Like I was never as good at it as probably anybody who has been on this call. And I think that, but it taught me how to fail. Like you can take anything from something. And I think that I really learned how to fail, and I really learned how to deal with failure. And it kind of helped me move forward. Were there moments for you or moments now that you reflect on that you had some failure, and now that has really led you to where you are?
I think so. I was always the smallest kid on most of the teams I played growing up. I remember thinking in my head, okay, who's the kid I need to outwork today so that I'm the last pick on this all-star team, or I'm the very, how am I going to be able to stay on this team? What do I need to do well? And in thinking about, thinking strategically about, what I needed to do to get better, I think that helped me quite a bit. I didn't mature physically for, maybe ever. I was never the best player in any team I ever played on. I just had to try to find what was the best thing for me to work on so that my skill was needed in the team structure. So having to have that like bigger picture and how to insert myself within the team and find a role within the team kind of helps me find my way a little bit and kind of keep making a jump to the next level and the next level, just because I could do one thing better than one other person who could have been on the team. So I think part of it is about work ethic, and part of it is about having like kind of an awareness of where you fit and where you might fit, and not just thinking, hey, I'm going on this team, and if I'm not the number one starting pitcher on this team, then I'm not playing for this team. It's like, well, hold on, let's see where I might fit on this team and how I can do that. So maybe it helped that I wasn't very good early on, and then when I and then I just had to keep trying to outwork the people around me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been a common theme too, kind of the chip on the shoulder, and you mentioned work ethic multiple times. I think it's so important. And Leah kind of mentioned just like keeping that passion, keeping that patience. And I don't want to go over any of our times. They've been okay so far, so I don't want to take us over, but I do want to thank you so much for kind of getting into a lot of this. I'm doing my doctorate on diversification of leadership in baseball.
Awesome.
So this is fascinating to me, and I'm sure to everybody. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this.
Oh, thank you so much, Alexis. It was fun.
And next up, we do have Aaron, Myette, and Scott Mackenzie. I am going to let Scott introduce Aaron, but Scott is the director of programming for Baseball BC. He's coaches the national team. He does deal with the girls programming. If anybody has any questions, thoughts on girls programming in BC for baseball, definitely reach out to Scott. And I know has done a lot of work for this event tonight, so I'm super grateful to him. And I will hand Scott the floor to introduce Aaron too.
Yes, thank you very much, Alexis. I'm super excited to have Aaron on this call, and I think it's super cool that I get to introduce Aaron because he's a buddy that I've known for over 10 years. We've played ball together, we've coached together, and I've been actually lucky enough to even be his roommate on several occasions when we've been on the road. So I've had an opportunity to share lots of stories with him over the years, and again, I'm excited to have Aaron with us. So a little bit of background on Aaron. He played his youth baseball in Surrey, and then he went to UW. He was a Husky at the University of Washington, and he went in the first round, MLB first round with the Chicago White Sox in '97. He played pro for 10 years, I think it was, and during that time, he played the 4 different MLB teams, the Sox, of course, Texas Rangers, Cleveland Indians, and the Cincinnati Reds. Also during that time, he played a little bit in Japan and a little bit of independent ball. But sandwiched in that awesome career, he also went to the Olympics in Athens in 2004. And in 2006, he was at the World Baseball Classic representing Canada. But in addition to that, a little bit about maybe how Aaron got to his, or when, where he is today. It was probably, I think, 2009, Aaron. You might have been out of ball for a little bit, I guess, and I was involved in putting a team together that went to an international tournament. And I'm like, man, if we could get like a guy like Aaron on this team. So I gave him a call, and he's like, I haven't pitched in a while, but so he hummed and hawed, and I didn't let it go. So I called him back, and he says, you know what, I'll tell you what, if I can hit, I'll come and play. So I'll never forget that. And I said, oh man, we'll find a spot for you for sure. You can play outfield or whatever. So that he did. He came and I got him to pitch for us too. So he came and played that year, and then we did it again. We did it again a couple years later, and he helped me coach that team. And then we stayed in touch and called him up again after that. And I said, hey, I'm doing some girls coaching at provincial level and things like that. Would you be interested in coming out and doing that? So he came out and helped me with some of the female programming. Through that, we introduced him to sort of the national program and things like that, and he got involved in that, and he got brought on with the women's national team a few years back, and went to a World Cup as the pitching coach. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Aaron as the new women's national team head coach. So I think, Aaron, that's a tremendous honor, and I think that's says a lot about who you are and how you progress from a player to a coach and all of that. So Aaron and I are going to talk about the pathways for the athletes in the province, any province, and certainly in Canada. So Aaron, I think I got out most of that right. Yeah. Okay. I am going to start. I'm going to say a little bit, Aaron, about what it's like for a female in the province here to get involved in baseball, the entry point, some of the grassroots stuff, and then I'll turn it over to you to talk about the pathway above and beyond, or anything else, of course, that you'd like to say.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So females in this province, we have several different entrance points, but it's most likely going to start at the local association, the club level. Females at any age can get involved in any baseball association closest to where they live. Often at the earliest ages, you got to play on a boys team, but that's fine. At the young ages, girls are usually better than boys anyway, so that's not too much of a problem until they get older. But what I'm finding is going on, there's been a lot of effort put into all-female teams in baseball. A lot more associations are buying into that. There's a lot of literature on Baseball BC's webpage and manuals. All-female practice plans and associations, if they're interested, can seek out, and it'll help them put together female baseball within their associations. But that's certainly an entrance point, and that's where we encourage girls to go. After that, Baseball BC offers several other avenues to get out and play. Some of them are festivals, clinics, camps. Festivals are something that Baseball BC will come to your association and put on an evening of fun baseball for girls, whether they've been involved in baseball previously or not. There are clinics such as spring break, summer camps, preseason clinics, all kinds of things that they can go onto the Baseball BC webpage and get involved. We've even worked with the Jays Care. The Toronto Blue Jays does some programming for females, and we've invited them into our province previously and worked with them as well. We also have introduced in 2018 a BC Girls Baseball Instructional League, and that is it's an opportunity for girls on Vancouver Island, the Lower Mainland, the interior to get involved in baseball, and they can come out weekly and play in an all-girls environment and play games at the end of it. It's not quite your traditional league at this point, but we see it going in the direction that it could be an all-girls league, and we'll continue to work with our provincial partners in BC Minor and Little League and such to get that league moving forward. So that's sort of the grassroots entrance points, and then we get into the high performance, and we have 4 teams that we work with, and that starts at 14U. You can be about 11-year-old. We've had 11-year-olds on the team previously, but we have a 14U team, a 16U team, a 21U team, and a women's division. And we have identifications throughout the province. I think last year we did 7 throughout the province. You get identified, then you get invited to a provincial camp, and then you can make the provincial team from there. And we've had very successful provincial teams over the years. Last year, gold medal in the 16U division. And if we were to, crazy positive to this pandemic is that 16U team is, not sure what that was. The 16U team is going to be champions for 2 years in a row because we didn't have a championship this year. But yeah, successful teams there. And we also have a BC Badgers, which is a all women's team that plays in a men's league that we help partner. And many of our girls at the 21U age and the women's division can play on that team year round, which is a positive thing and a thing that's helped our girls over the last couple of years to play in an all-girls environment, play in the positions that they would normally play on the national team or the provincial team, and they get to do that all year round. So that's what I wanted to say about the provincial side of things, and certainly if there's any questions at the end, I'll answer them for that, or send me an email anytime offline. Go visit our webpage, things like that. So thank you, Aaron, for giving me that time, and I'd like to turn it over to you now and hear from the national perspective.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Scotty, and thanks for the intro. It's fun to be on here with you. We got a lot of cool memories together, and most people don't know I was out of ball for quite a while, and Scotty was one of the big parts of getting me back in ball and working with Baseball BC, getting on the girls' side, which has been amazing. I love working with the girls and never want to leave. So, and with that, like, we have great relationships with the Baseball BC group, and we work together. And Scotty just went over piles of ways that they're putting programs together, teams together, getting girls involved, and not just getting girls involved, but developing. And with national team, we're huge on development. We have meetings that are always centered around development. How do we get our players better? How do we get, down to, like Scotty said, the grassroots? And that takes partnership and cooperation with the provinces. And we're just blessed to have fantastic relationships with our provincial groups and just working together for the best of our youth, because that's what it's about. It's about our youth. It's not about us as coaches. It's about developing athletes and allowing them to reach their dreams and goals in sports and beyond, because sports isn't the end, of course, but just developing people in the process. And we have some awesome opportunities with national team, and we continue to grow with that. And I'm going to kind of jump back and forth here for a second, because I'm talking about developing athletes, but also developing people. One of the major things that we always talk about with our athletes is character people, quality people with good work ethics, good teammates. And if you look over the years, and I've been blessed to be part of Baseball Canada for a lot of years and play with our national team, there's rarely a tournament that we field the most talented team, but we have the highest character group, and we get comments from coaches and players from around the world that, man, that's what a team should look like. And NBA guys back at the 2004 Olympics were commenting on our camaraderie on that team. So talk about pathways is major things. Is we're looking for character people and quality teammates. And there's no, when you step onto our team, there's an age gap, but there's no difference in how you're treated. Our veterans step up. They work incredibly well with the younger players, and we put that on them to step up and be that leader to get those athletes comfortable, because there's a ton of nerves coming in to that level of ball. I was saying I'm going to bounce back and forth a bit. Like I said, I was super blessed to get involved with the national team, and I have to always give credit to our chief, Andre Lachance, and starting this program years ago, started it from scratch. I got the same guy running circles around my block in his loud car. Good evening, Meng. That was just awesome to be part of this program, and thanks for everything you've done. And one of the big things he has done with this program is started our development camp in Cuba. which we bring grow up to, I think, around 30 athletes last year that we went down to Cuba. And we work in partnership with the Cuban baseball national team. And all the athletes we bring are high school age girls. And the point of this is, one, to create a life experience, which it always is, because I love going back. I mark it on my calendar the day we get back from Cuba. I can't wait to go again next year. And it's because of the experience, but because of the people too. And bringing in guest coaches. And we play 7 days versus the Cuban national team. So now they get not only a fun life experience in a foreign country, but we have high-level play against another national team. So we're developing our young athletes, we're developing their young athletes, at the same time growing the women's game. And just some awesome outings that we have on that trip. And that's just a piece of how we want to invest in the development of our athletes. So we're talking about pathways here, and Scotty, you went over a bunch of great opportunities for girls to get involved. We know that Baseball BC has a huge hand in development, and they're super invested in our young girls. And then us as a national team working together with you and in the development of our athletes. I want to get into a little bit of, the individual, right? The opportunities are there, the opportunities are growing. And how, if there's some young girls playing baseball that, like, man, my dream is to play a national team, which is an amazing dream. I've told everybody, Scotty, I've told you that my greatest experiences of baseball have always been with national team. And I'm going to include when you and I played together, when you snuck me back on the mound there, told me I'd hit, and then you ended up pitching me. But
that was the plan the whole time.
I know, I knew it all along, but you got me.
You did perfect in both. I didn't know you could hit so well. You were a top hitter.
I had to show up hitting because
and center field, I think, too, didn't you?
Well, I think you threw me in right, and then I pulled a hammy, and then nope, DH me.
It worked out.
Although I do remember when you were with the Brudnicki squad, and the first time I ever got back on the mound, and you stepped up for an at bat against me, and I think I threw you 4 straight balls. didn't even get to pitch to swing that. You
were afraid of me.
I was pitching around you. How could I not? Imposing figure in the box.
Yeah.
So back to development as an individual. One of the things with baseball is it's women's baseball it flies under the radar, and you can't there's no women's baseball university college teams. We're seeing women play on the men's side at the next level, which is a huge success. Like Marika going down playing D1 ball. But we're seeing a number of our girls getting their opportunity at the next level, meaning getting an education paid for by playing softball and balancing softball and baseball. And the two of those, though it's a different ball, there's some different sizes on the dimensions on the mound, they still complement each other. Like I said, we want to develop athletes, but we want to develop people. We want to invest in our people and invest in the future of our girls. So we encourage girls that are, we're playing softball. We enjoy softball, but baseball is our first love. What do we do? And I have this conversation lots that play softball. Enjoy softball. You can develop in softball. You're getting on the field. You're getting swings. You're getting throws. And you're getting your education paid for. It's enabling you to continue to play. And the beautiful thing about national team is we have our Cuba thing in February, which falls on, I guess, a number of the girls' spring break, but most of our events are now in the summer. When you're out of school, you have the break off. Our World Cup or our qualifiers or any camps we do are in the summer for the most part. And the nationals, where we select our team, we have our mini camp as well, as in the summer. So, girls, if you're listening, education is important. If baseball ends, sports ends, and you're going to get great opportunities after that. So we encourage that, and that's part of development. Now, as an athlete, we got to develop athletically. And one of the things in baseball and in a lot of sports is they're starting to get a lot more on board with strength and conditioning, which I know there's going to be some chat, if there hasn't been already, about this on this chat tonight. And that is one of the big things that we see with athletes is athletically, especially in baseball, it gets underdeveloped, and you're underdeveloped as an athlete. Now we see with practices, coaches are working skill, which skill needs to be developed. You need to spend time working on that skill, but you need to spend time working athletically. And one of the things I tell the story often when I'm speaking is when I was 10 years old, my dad asked me, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I said, I'm going to play in the big leagues. And he smiles and he says, how are you going to do that? And I was like, well, I don't know. I'm just going to. And he says, well, let me tell you something. You're not only competing against the kids in your team, in your league, in your province, in your country, in North America, you're competing against kids in Korea, in Japan, in Cuba, in Dominican, in Venezuela, all over the world. He says, now, does that seem a little overwhelming? I'm like, yeah, that's a little crazy. He says, you can do it, but you got to work harder than them. You got to put in the time. And this is a number of years ago where, okay, what does that mean? What do I do? Okay, I'm going to ask for weights for Christmas. I'm going to start doing push-ups in the basement. I'm going to set up my mattress against the wall in my garage when it's snowing outside and throw baseballs against my mattress. So, but, fast forward 20, 30 years where we have incredible strength coaches. We have incredible information now and opportunities for youth to train. And this isn't a plug, this isn't promotion, but at my center, Game Ready Fitness, where I work, we let athletes come in all the time. You can't pay, they come in anyways. We have tons of national team girls, Team BC girls that come in there, and they're training all the time. So the means there, the opportunity is there to develop athletically. And that's something that we as a national team, we provide access to programs, to nutrition, to mobility, flexibilities, and whatnot. And this stuff is available, and I'm sure you, Scotty, have not only access, but you're giving out stuff like that and working with your athletes like that too, which is a huge part of development. Now we can develop with practice, develop skill at practice, and develop skill with camps like Baseball BC puts on many of those camps. You can develop athletically in the gym, strength and conditioning. But are you a complete athlete? Is that it? Studying the game. And this isn't a knock on any of our girls, on any women in baseball, but one of the biggest things that we see with young players coming up to our program is their baseball IQ is low, meaning the game, there's aspects of the game that they have yet to learn, which we're always learning baseball. But what to do in certain situations, base runners at first and second, one out, balls hit to this side. It's just little things that if you watch a Major League Baseball game, there's no second guessing. There's no hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Every play is on the move. And how many plays do you see at first base or home plate, for that matter, that are you can't even tell watching TV if they're safe or out. Like, it's that close. It can be down to inches. And those hesitations that we may have on defense or running the bases or covering bases or cutoffs and relays, that that any hesitation there can lead to missing an out, extra runs, big innings, and sure, I may be looking at that negatively, but that's something in our control. And as a baseball player, as an athlete, our baseball IQ is in our control. It's not up to our coaches to be like, I'm going to teach you this today, because if you wait on your coaches to be teaching you something every day of practice, you'll never learn enough, because you're always learning in baseball. And one of the things I tell baseball players is watch baseball. Watch Major League Baseball. What are they doing? Every pitch has a purpose. With the way the catcher sets up has a purpose. The way base runners take leadoffs, the way they turn a double play, like everything has a reason and a purpose. And then if you're watching a game, you say, okay, I see we've got bases loaded here. We've got none out. If you're a pitcher, what's the pitcher doing? What's his approach? Right? If you're watching, okay, look at that. The score is a 1-run game late in the game, and they brought the infield in. Okay, well, that Why did they do that? So not only watching, observing, but asking questions. And something like that, where you have coaches, you have baseball BC, you have us, Scotty. Like, I guarantee if any athlete called you at 7 o'clock at night and said, "Hey, Coach Scotty, I just saw this on the Blue Jays game. Why did they do this? What did this mean?" You'd be like, "Heck yeah, let's talk about it." You'd be stoked about that, right?
Yeah, I got all the time for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So that baseball IQ is essential in moving up the ranks in baseball. And that's one thing that we not only encourage our athletes, but we expect out of our athletes. Our younger ones, we have this same speech with, but watch baseball, learn the game, love the game. And, the mental side now, like, we could get into a whole nother side with the mental side of it. And Cav was talking earlier about failing. It's like the fear of failure is a huge mental hurdle, and being okay with failure. I know he already said this, but it's so important that I'm going to say it again, is fail, fail, fail. Baseball is a game of failure, but not only do we learn about ourselves, but we grow as a player. And if we have coaches that encourage that and are okay with that, we're not like scared, "Oh crap, Coach Scotty's going to be super mad at me if I strike out here." No, they're not. If Scotty, if you got a player going in and giving you 110% and they strike out, they battle, they work their butt off, and you know the character of that player, you're just as pleased because you know what you're going to get out of that player moving forward day in out. So I'm rambling on a bit. I think I'm over. I think they wanted a few times for questions at the end, but the development side, is a huge part of Pathways. And athletes, if you're on here, if you're listening, reach out to those staff, reach out to your staff on your team, your provincial groups, and even us on national team, as we get to know you guys and we see you in our camps and we start working together. That's what we're here for. We're here for you. We're here for your development. Alexis, I'm handing it off to you. I got to catch my breath.
Well, good luck with that. We have questions for you, so not much time for it. And we had some good ones, but I do want to narrow a couple down that were about opportunities. So people asked about opportunities to coach and to play provincial and national teams, and also to get invited to Cuba. So how do people get those opportunities? How do they create those opportunities for themselves?
So I'll answer to get to Cuba first, and that's just you link onto our website with Baseball Canada, and we go every February. Now this February it's undecided due to our current craziness in the world, unfortunately, but it's basically you can sign up and you come, and we traditionally get between somewhere in the mid-20s of athletes coming along, and if there's more demand, we're gonna facilitate. Like, we have amazing hosts in Cuba, and I encourage you, get on the website, find any information on there. If there isn't any information yet on there, shoot Andre an email. His email's on there. He's gonna
love that.
Yeah, and the more the merrier, and he's happy to respond to you to get those opportunities. And as far as coaching opportunities, talk to Scotty. He's the guy. No.
No, fair enough.
Yeah,
if you're from BC, call us first. Absolutely.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. And it's developing coaches too, and getting those opportunities. We want to give opportunities for coaches to get not only development, but the experience. And I believe there's a shortage of good coaches across the country. So if you're interested in coaching, there's lots of courses you can take. I know Scotty facilitates the development courses for coaching, and with that, so starting there, but reaching out to Scotty, reaching out, as you go through the levels, getting your coaching. And like I get approached to by coaches as well that just want to come out and pick things up and learn things. And that one of my biggest things in playing, in coaching, in working with pitchers is learning through experience and learning from people smarter than me, and and growing that way as a coach. So putting yourself out there and knocking down doors and pounding on doors to get those opportunities, because they're there.
And I think this is an easy one for you, Scott, because we talked about it the other day. Somebody asked, can I play softball and baseball at the same time?
Okay, yeah, good one. I like that one because the answer is yes. They are similar sports, and as it's been touched on all evening, that a lot of our girls do play softball for the scholarship opportunities and things like that right now. So they do play softball at a younger age, but there's room to do both. In my mind, we have entrance points into baseball all the way up, right up until come play for the BC Badgers. And if you're good enough, you can try out for the provincial team and go to the national team with our women's team. So we ask that you come in and play, either join our league or come to a few events. And it's not time consuming enough that you need to quit softball, but it'll give you a taste of baseball, and then you can come to an identification camp and you possibly can make the provincial team. And from provincial team, you can be identified at the national level and find yourself possibly playing for Team Canada. So you can do both. We're not asking you to quit softball to come play baseball. You can make that decision on your own.
And last one, so I don't cut into Pritchett's time too, but somebody did ask, why if the male national team athletes get paid, why the women don't? So I kind of want to broaden the question to you, Aaron, just about the differences that you've learned. I know we've talked about this at length, but between the men's and the women's game, what you've learned about women's baseball.
Well, it's a growing sport, right? Like the men's side, like when I got involved, and this is again, Scotty brought me in with a camp in Wally, and that was 5 years ago. Prior to him asking me to be involved with that, I didn't know we had a women's national team, right? So it's not only has it flown under the radar, it's a developing sport, and there's I think Japan and Australia might be the only countries with professional women's leagues in them. So
just Japan right now, but yeah.
Is it okay? So it's unfortunately behind where men's baseball is in that respect, and like we have meetings and as staff, and one of the things is we want to see it. We don't want to be compared to the men's game. The women's game is a beautiful game, and it's unique to itself. I love the women's baseball game, but we want to see it get the recognition, to get the traction that the men's side has. So unfortunately, the reality is that there's some perks on the men's side of baseball that the women don't have right now. But we are fighting for that, and we will, as long as I get to wear my Baseball Canada cap, I'm going to fight for that as well.
Awesome. I appreciate both of you guys talking about the pathways, people getting into it. And again, for anybody with more questions, definitely reach out to Baseball BC, and Scott will get those directed in where they need to be, and you will get answers. And I just want to say thank you again, and thanks for setting this up, Scott. And we are going to move into one more final half-hour section before we get to the hot stove, where I get to talk to Chris Pritchett. And the background is amazing. I try to do a background every time. It never works for me. And it's not 100% working for you, but it's close. And you're muted, just FYI. So Chris is heading into his 5th season as a head coach at UBC of the baseball team. And over that time, he and his teams have compiled a 130-86 win-loss record with 3 berths to the NAIA World Series. He's earned NAIA West Coach of the Year honors twice. And before heading to UBC and after playing in the major leagues, just a little thing called the big leagues, he scouted for the Red Sox and also spent a season as a hitting coach with the Vancouver Canadians. So I know that primarily you're here to talk about recruiting, what you're looking for, recruitment at UBC. So I will just hand the floor to you, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Alexis. And This is actually my first time with a virtual background. I think all the guys are pretty proud of me.
I love it.
We're doing some renos downstairs, so I didn't think our background was going to be appropriate for your show, so I was able to pull it off today. But it is a little wonky. So, yeah, no, thanks for having me. And I caught the tail end of that and listening to Aaron Myette. And first of all, I think it's great that, you know, in our game of baseball, that there is a high level that girls can play at. I think that the thing that's always been taught to me by my dad and his dad was baseball players come in all different shapes and sizes, and they're I mean good players. And you just look at the MLB and look at like Jose Altuve is I think 5'4" tops and weighs about 150 pounds, and Aaron Judge is 6'8" and weighs about 280 pounds, and they were both, you know, MVPs of the American League, or at least candidates for it. So it really goes to show you that you can the game appeals to everybody. So anyway, so we were going to talk about recruiting. I think that's great, and then if you want to follow up with some questions, that would be good. And I thought that recruiting is something that I think rather than going into what we're looking for, if you want to talk about that later, that's great. But it's a process that I think a lot of the kids that we talk to, their families are very anxious about it because they just don't know how to find a fit for their son or daughter at the next level to continue after high school. And so the process can be overwhelming. So what we've done, and thank you for saying all those nice things about me, but what they really just provided me was a lot of experience of some of what these kids are going to go through at all different levels. And so we feel here at UBC, our job is kind of to help really guide and give a process to all the kids in Canada so they can find a good fit. And if it's at UBC, great. If it's somewhere else, that's great too. So I thought, why not talk about that? You know, what we talk about with our recruits, because I think it really applies whether it's baseball, softball, or whatever sport you're getting into, and maybe just give people a little bit of a game plan. Sound good?
Yeah, definitely.
So basically what we do is we set all our, first of all, I think it's important to know that I had to put some notes down for tonight on something that I'm supposed to do 12 months out of the year, which goes and shows you what's happened with COVID. Like, instead of being at games every day and talking to players and families, and like we're out of the game right now, so it's we're all a bit rusty. So I had to write down some of what we do almost every day in a normal world. But what we try to do is empower our guys. So we want them to be fact finders, and we want the student athlete to drive the bus, so to speak, and make the decision. And we say that not that there isn't input, because mom and dad are really involved, and all the great coaches and that are coaching our sons and daughters are out there to give advice. But really, it's the student athlete that gets to pick where they want to go. It's pretty much their first really big decision when they get to be 17, 18 years old, where you're going to spend the next 4 or 5 years of your life and playing the sport that you love, whatever that is. And often potentially setting you up for really the rest of your life for a career that you're really passionate about. So it's a pretty big decision. And what we found is the kids, a lot of the time, the reason we want them to make the decision but want parents involved too, and we like talking about all of them, is that parents have a little more worldly experience. So they are a little more long-term oriented, like, hey, where's this going to go? Where's my kid going to be in 20 years? What are they going to be doing? Whereas a lot of the 16, 17-year-old kids that we're talking to are really just kind of focused on where they're going to land in the next year or two. So it makes a nice blend, because really this choice is really about setting you up for both the near term and the big picture as well. So what we have our guys do when they come in is we have them figure out 5 areas and really investigate 5 things. And those 5 things are academics, the program, so baseball, softball, whatever we're talking about, whatever sport you're talking about, the cost that it's going to be, the finances involved here, and the location. Where is this place and where do I want to go? And for our guys, a lot of them are interested in the MLB draft. Do guys get drafted out of there? I want to play on TV someday. It could be something different. It might just be a chance to play at the national level. if you're male or female, or on an Olympic team, because those can set you up for those opportunities, whatever they are. So really 5 areas, and you can probably come up with lots more, but I think if you investigate those 5, that you really have a good chance to find a really good fit for you to make that jump to the university level. So with academics, there are all the things that go with it. Like, it may sound obvious, but if you're into kinesiology and they don't have a kinesiology program, it's probably not a good fit, right? And maybe you don't have the grades to get into the program you want at a certain school, but you do at another. And so these are all things that you got to figure out. From an eligibility standpoint, is it going to be something that it's such a hard school? It's an Ivy League school. I'm not an Ivy League student. I'm going to be so stressed out about grades that I'm not going to enjoy my sport that I'm so passionate about that I want to play at the college level. So all those things kind of, you got to balance out, and you got to investigate all those things that academically are important to you, and you need to be able to ask the coach, because a lot of people are like, they don't know what questions to ask when they step on campus. What do they want to know? And so I think it's important to talk about, and you need a little bit of a plan, and I encourage them to find out everything that's important to them about academics. Find out when you go to that school what's going on, investigate online, know what you're getting into. So the second thing was the program. For us, it's a baseball program. It might be a softball program. You need to know everything you're stepping into. Talk to the players. A lot of the coaches are going to make it all sound good. The players will tell you, former, sometimes present and former, will really give you an idea of what's going on there. You need to know about the coaches. Do they develop? Are they trustworthy? What's your schedule like? Who do you play against? Is that the people you want to play against and challenge yourself? Do the playing time? This is important for all kids. Are they stepping onto a place where they never play freshmen? Or maybe you're a third baseman. A third baseman that's there is a 2-time All-American. Is going to be there 2 more years. You're not going to see the field. Like, these are all important things. Like, some people are into the brand. What the uniforms are like, the facilities. I've heard it all, but it's really up to the fit for the athlete, and they need to investigate these things, right? So find out everything you can about the baseball program. So you got academics, baseball, and the cost, the finances. This is where the parents' ears really perk up. How much is this going to cost to send my kid to school? And there's scholarships involved, and there's athletic money, and there's also money that you might have available for academics. Right here in BC, our premier baseball program has scholarship programs. We have numerous players that are playing for us right now that are getting scholarships from our premier baseball league that a lot of kids don't know about. You just have to apply. So ask your counselors, find out what the cost is going to be to go to school here, and beware, because there's lots of tricksters out there. And I'm not trying to be mean, but there's a full ride and there's half ride. Full ride has a variety of ideas of what that means. And for here at UBC, that's books, tuition, fees, living, meal plan, everything. And you'll find a lot of places where kids say they're on a full ride, and they go down there and they're only getting their books and fees paid for. They've got to pay for living and food and travel and all these things. So you just got to understand what all the different costs are going to be and help that make your decision where you're going to end up. The fourth thing we talk about our kids with is location. Some kids want to get away from mom and dad. They just want to leave home and get far away. Some want to go to a warm weather place. Some like the Northeast, the Northwest, but so you work really hard your whole career, and you know what? If you've done well in school and you've done well on the field, you might have a choice. And where do you want to go? And the reason that's important is because you got to start figuring this stuff out, because what if you have a chance to go to a Division I school, baseball program, and that's important to you. You want to be Division I, but you're playing in Alaska in the snow, or you're playing in Buffalo, New York during the spring where it's cold, or you might go to a Division II school in Florida where it's nice and warm. Although I wouldn't go to Florida now, but the point is that these are going to help guide your decisions. So you got to know where you want to go, and location can be really important to some kids. And then the last one's the draft. Almost everyone that comes to UBC is always talking about the draft, and most of them haven't been drafted in high school, but they all want to get drafted. So they want to go somewhere where they think they're going to get scouted, they're going to get seen, they're going to develop, and they're going to have a chance someday to play on TV. And again, that can be applied to the girls' game. It could be making an Olympic team. Are they somewhere that they can now jump to the national team at some point that's going to springboard them? So these are important things to know too. So Those are the 5 areas that we have guys investigate everything about those 5 areas. And then the most important thing they got to do is line them up. And I can tell you here at UBC, a majority of our kids, almost all of them actually, baseball and academics are either 1A or 1B or 1B. They're all really close because we have a real high level baseball program. We have an extremely academic school that's really world renowned. So our guys are going to hold those 2 things at the top of their game. And then the other ones are going to fall in any kind of different direction. But take that, for example, if a kid chooses number 5 as the draft first and location second, cost 3, and academics are way down at the bottom somewhere, like he's probably not going to be a good fit here. So it really does lay out where you fit, where you want to go. And I think that's important. And unfortunately, that's only part of the game because the school you also have to match with too. So you might pick, UBC might go through that thing and it might fit perfect in all your criteria and check all the boxes. But just like that third baseman we mentioned before, we might have 3 third basemen and you're a third baseman. We might not be recruiting third basemen that year. And that might be really tough. The playing time might be really important to you. So that might not be a fit at that particular time. So it's not easy. And we go through hundreds and hundreds of names and end up with like maybe 8 to 10 kids a year. And so I think it's important for kids to know that, to cast as many nets as they can, really investigate this thing, because if they pick the right place, they are in for the best ride of their life. They're going to leave with the best friends they're ever going to have. They have a chance to find their passion in school and something that they're going to be into and really use the rest of their life as well. And like I said, it's a big decision. A lot of kids are really overwhelmed with it. So those are some of the things we share with our guys, and I think it works for gals too. I know it does. And hopefully that's helpful to some of the listeners out there.
Yeah, and I think one question that I personally wonder about, I think probably other people too, is kind of what you're looking for in terms of the intangibles, even when you were scouting and you were looking at the makeup of what makes a player. I mean, really their ability to survive if you're looking at 17-year-olds, young players, but what are the intangibles you're looking for to bring to your program that you want to see on the field and somebody that you want to bring to your school?
That's a really good question. So obviously the academic piece is huge. So often, Alexis, no matter how much I love the player, and I go to tournament 12 and I have this gigantic list, a lot of them get eliminated right away because they just haven't prioritized school. They might be good students, but they haven't thought that was important. And it is. And what a shame for someone with those kind of athletic abilities and they're a smart kid to not have put in the time in the classroom to just have all the options open. So that's the first thing, is we usually have to check on that side of it. Once we see that, like I said earlier, a lot of our kids are not necessarily factoring into the draft yet, but we do put guys in the draft every year. So that really kind of puts us in a category, we call it a shopping lane, of kids that have tremendous upside. So they have the athleticism, the levers, the body, all the pieces that we feel like they can grow here and develop into a really top tier player. And that's what we're looking for, is guys that, from a physical standpoint. On top of that, we're trying to build a group here that is a tremendous unit that really look out for each other. And so when we're watching a player now, we're also looking at, hey, how's this guy interact with his teammates? Is he constantly just all about himself, or is he picking other people up? And I think really important for us and our coaches is how well they handle failure. We're lucky if we get to go to the ballpark and see someone have a rough day, and like I said, continue to cheer their teammates on and continue to grind, because we know those guys are going to survive here academically and athletically, and they're really going to fit with our group, because that's how our guys think.
A question that we got from someone was, what do you want to see in a recruiting video?
The music's not important. That's first of all. No,
you're not bobbing your head along to it and like, I want this guy because he picked a good song that I like.
Right. Maybe it counts a little bit, but no. Honestly, video is actually something at first where we're like, not my favorite. Like we would get lots of them and we would check. But the more I've seen now, and especially now in a COVID world, is I'm starting to really have to use this, and we're starting to be able to look and really see the movement pieces. And when you look at scouting, you might not see a perfect swing, but you can see all the intangibles of how their body links together and works. And so when a video comes in that has, obviously, you know, they'll show some swings and some throws. And if you're a pitcher, it's obviously having a couple different angles for us to break down the delivery and how everything works is really important. But overall, we're also getting some guys showing some of their workouts and getting to see some of their athleticism. And I think when we look at what we're doing here is we're not getting a finished product. Again, when you look at someone that has athleticism and they're a good teammate, we feel like we can do a lot with those guys. So if that's able to be showcased in a video, I think that goes a long way.
Somebody asked if you would ever have a girl on your team.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, we're very inclusive here. I think we have the type of players and coaches and university that would totally welcome that. It just hasn't come up yet. And I can tell you, both as a scout and then as a college coach, you know, my kids went through Little League. I've seen 2 or 3 girls that were super athletes and really skilled that represented Canada at Williamsport with our Little League World Series teams. And they all just seem to veer off to softball at some point. But I'll tell you what, I mean, like I said earlier, they come in all shapes and sizes, and if the match fits here and they feel like they have a chance to compete, I think that's one of the things too that we might lose a girl, because if they have a chance to play every day somewhere else and maybe they wouldn't necessarily have that option here, I think that is something they have to consider. And I think it's important everyone understands college sports. I have 35 players, 24 travel, and 9 play at a time. So it's tough for kids coming in, and we welcome it. It's going to happen. And if we're the first ones, great. And like I said, Altuve is 5'4", and you know, Judge is 6'8". Like, they do come in all different forms. So it's just having that fit. But it just, no one has come here to be recruited yet. So we're ready.
And I think, I mean, it should be stressed that, I mean, women, girls, we're looking for our own opportunities too. There are, not only are there no women on the men's team, but there is no women's team there. So that's where those kind of questions come into play. I think it's not, nobody's trying to take a piece of the pie that belongs to somebody else or anything like that. And I also want to ask you, I think it's a big deal that you are not Canadian, but you have really come into the Canadian baseball community and become a part of it. And so at first I just wonder, you know, what do you think about the Canadian baseball community? What have you learned about it throughout your time in it, in different roles, and what do you love about it?
Well, again, I started, yes, I am American, and I met my wife in the mid 90s, but I was actually coming to Vancouver in the early 90s playing ball here. So I can remember doing clinics and camps and just thinking, holy cow, like, we've got a long way to go here. And just in the time that I've been here, which is now starting to be a decent amount of time, but it has come so far. And I can remember as a player, always going back to the States to work out at first, because even though I was, you know, dating my wife to be, it was just there wasn't a lot of baseball players here that I could train with and so on. By the time I got done playing at the end of my career, I mean, yeah, Justin Morneau and the Giles had come up, and Kevin Nicholson, and all kinds of big leaguers were on their way. And it doesn't start there. It starts at the grassroots level, where I started to see some of the coaches, the John Haars of the world, what Terry McCaig and Cav Whiteley were doing at UBC and Douglas College, and what the Okotoks program was doing. And you go to Les McTavish at Vauxhall, and then the Blue Jays, and what Adam Stern is doing, and the Terriers. Like, there's all these great programs I got to see as a scout, going, okay, this is what's going on. There's some really good baseball people here. And they're impacting the draft in the big leagues, and every year it's more and more and more. And it's great, especially when I'm scouting. And now I mean, obviously I appreciate the opportunity for all of our guys, but it has made my job a lot harder now because there are so many good players here that there is no secrets, and all the Division I schools are up here early. You're seeing guys signing in grade 10 sometimes, and that's just was unheard of when I first came up here. So it just keeps getting better. And you know what's important is all the guys like Aaron, Myette, and these guys coming back and giving back to the game, because it just keeps growing it. And it's fun to watch. I am not from here, but I consider myself part of the team, raising the level of baseball, BC at all levels. So I think it's really exciting.
And I mean, I think it is really hard sometimes for people to see maybe what it takes for Canadians to reach a certain level as opposed to, you know, someone from California, especially in these kind of fair weather sports. What did you learn? Like, how quickly did you learn about that?
Well, I think what I saw there was, again, there's a little bit of a hockey mentality here, and I think kids are used to leaving home early as to go chase their hockey dreams. You know, they'll leave and bill it at 14, 15. In the States, we were all about getting a scholarship. Like, we were trying to work our way up that way and get a full ride. That's what everybody wanted, right? And it seemed like here, a lot of the Canadians just wanted to sign and get their career started. Like, it was, and that was kind of the mentality, is I'm gonna get out of here and get going while I'm young. And I think that's changed too. I think a lot of kids have, it's more like the States now, in that kids are looking for, if it's the right opportunity and they're ready to play professional baseball, if that's there, they'll do it. But they're also looking to, they're impacting major baseball programs down south, as well as coming here and having terrific careers and having a chance to play pro ball. And I think the other thing that's happened is the programs that have developed here have given kids a chance to, and I'm not going to say UBC is one of them, like a chance to stay here and get an amazing education and play ball and be seen. Like, tons of scouts come to our games. And I think for a while, everyone thought you had to leave home early and be seen somewhere. Just go anywhere down south and you're going to have a chance to be selected. And I think they're realizing that they're coming up here because there's good players. They know they're here. They're going to see them. And if you can play, they're going to find you anywhere, Alexis. And I think that's what I've recognized, how things are changing here.
And one thing that you talked about earlier was having your player responding to, I guess, how your players respond to failure. And I know something with the members of the women's national team that we've talked with other people a lot about is the mental side of the game. And as a coach, I just wonder what you do to try to help those guys and to get them through those periods of failure, and what you have seen work for people.
Yeah, and everyone's on a different path, right? So everybody, it is a skill, but a lot of us have a natural ability to just move on from mistake, and other of us want to dwell. We work a ton on being present here, and we'll play catch sometimes where we just concentrate on breathing. So we are just doing a basic skill and really just checking in with what's going on, and then we'll build from there. We do little things like we'll build in things to our games where the last out, we have 15 seconds to be on the field because we want to transition. We don't want to give them any time to dwell on anything. We want them to go right out there and move on to the next part of the game. We'll do things like defensively where you're going to step into a bubble because you can't concentrate for 3 hours in baseball, but you can concentrate for a second. So if I can learn to step into that thing and really control and be where my feet are for one pitch and then back out and check out again. And again, some people take to that quickly, and others it just takes time and time and time. And I don't know what you call it in professional, they call it being professionalized, where you just kind of learn how to take care of yourself and how to give everything you got one day, take your uniform off, be a regular person in street clothes, and then come back and do it the next day. And I try to do the same thing here with our guys. Is they're a student, we try to get them to transition and just be present while you're out here with us for a couple hours. And that just kind of carries over to the games and the at-bats. And it's just a constant message. And I think it applies to both between the lines and outside the lines. And if you can conquer those things, they really go a long way in life besides just on the baseball field or softball.
And I know we got a little bit into the intangibles that you look for, and earlier throughout this evening's conversation, we kind of talked about different qualities, maybe like a sense of self-awareness, competitiveness, leadership. Are there qualities that maybe you look for, some more than others?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that leadership is something that, like, when you find one, you're like, holy cow, don't run away from that, because no matter what we preach as coaches, these guys amongst their peers, when you have guys that do things the right way and are not afraid to communicate, then it's a big win. But I really think we're just lucky with that. I really think that's hard to identify, but you can kind of see who the candidates are. And it's something we talk about because we get lots of players that are about the same, and you're looking for those little differences. Hey, this kid might actually, I loved his on-field presence. He played with a motor the whole time. He was 0 for 4, but he's a leader out there. You could see everyone gravitate towards him. Those are really important. Will that translate at our level? Maybe not, but it might make him more attractive than the next guy that might have a little bit more physical upside. But again, it's really hard to tell. But again, those are things that are just huge pluses.
Awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate you coming and joining us, talking about recruitment, and I'm happy to catch up with you and to have this time. So thank you for joining us and being part of the Canadian baseball, the Baseball BC community. You're fully in it now.
I am? Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
According to me, that's what counts.
Well, you're pretty high up, so congratulations on your new job. I think that's fantastic, and I've been following your career, so that's pretty amazing. Good job. And there's you're welcome. One thing I might add, and just from a recruiting standpoint from UBC, and again, we talked about that match, and do we have roster spots and do we not, and all these different things. And if it was the right female athlete that wanted to do this, if they weren't quite ready or we didn't have the spot, we also have a junior varsity team, which kids that are really good students, and especially what's going on down south right now. They're having a rough time with this virus, and if you can get into UBC and be part of our junior varsity team, if we didn't have the roster spots, because right now it's tough across all universities because they're all slammed with the new recruits, and the guys that didn't move on last year, they're all come back. So it's created a little bit of a logjam. But if the right person was out there and they were willing to start on our junior varsity team and work their way onto our varsity team, they'd be still getting the same amazing degree that's going to set them up for life and have a chance to play college baseball and eventually, hopefully, join the ranks. And we've got all coaches and players that would welcome that opportunity.
Amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. I hope people are listening, taking advantage of that. And if anybody has further questions, please direct them to Baseball BC, and they will find their way to Chris for answers. And so the first part of our night is now concluded, and we're moving into our hot stove with members of the women's national team. I am pleased to welcome back Amanda Asay. We're going to kind of bring everybody in one at a time, but then we'll get them to introduce themselves, and a couple of them introduce themselves again. Claire Eccles is also joining us, Stacy Fournier, Liz Gilder, Marika, Lyszczyk, Katie Reyes, and Allie Schroeder. And since Amanda is here with us first, I will just ask you to, I know you introduced yourself earlier and we are talking about everybody's journeys and you touched on yours, but if you just want to reintroduce yourself a little bit and then we will keep it moving.
Sure, for sure. Yeah. Amanda Asay, as Alexis mentioned, I've been on the national team since 2005. So, almost longer than some of these people have been alive. But yeah, I've been on the national team for about 14 years now. I grew up playing in Prince George, so did all my youth baseball in BC here. And then I went on to play both hockey and softball at Brown University, and then came back and finished up my academic career at UBC. And now I live in Nelson, BC, and try to get as much baseball in here as I can and prepare for any national team events provincial events that we have hopefully sometime in the near future.
Awesome. And I guess we'll do these intros in alphabetical order. So Claire, I will come to you next. It looks like Claire and Liz got some fresh haircuts too. This is a big night for everyone. Claire, if you want to give us a little bit of a background on your baseball journey, feel free to go a little bit more in depth. Asay kind of gave hers a little bit earlier as well. So let us know where you're from, where baseball's taken you, and what you're doing now.
Okay, well, I've been playing baseball since I was 5. I grew up in White Rock, South Surrey. Kind of played until I was 12, and then kind of made the decision that I would move over to softball, not knowing there was women's baseball anywhere in Canada. And that summer, when I was about to turn 13, found out that there was BC Girls Baseball and went with a friend and absolutely loved it and decided to continue pursuing baseball and softball at the same time. And then when I was 16, I made the national team for the first time, got to go to Japan, and then the Pan Am Games as well. And then when I graduated high school, I attended UBC. So I know Chris, because I used to work at the UBC baseball facility, and I know a decent amount of the UBC baseball guys, but I played softball there for my 4 years. And then just recently graduated as a psychology major. And I'm going back to school now at UBC for computer science, but also keeping up with baseball and kind of hung up the softball cleats. But yeah, I've been playing both, but my first passion was always baseball. And yeah.
Amazing. Stacy, we'll go to you next. I don't know if you were here earlier when they said no long distance running. I know I forced you into it a little bit, so you're welcome. Yeah. It's over now.
Yeah, I heard that one. I just plugged my ears a little bit, so we're good. I won't be mad at you. I needed it. Yeah, so I'm Stacy. I grew up also sort of similar to Claire. Started out with baseball when I was 5. Pretty much loved it right away. Played with the boys. I was lucky where I was not only the only girl once, because I have a twin sister, so that's handy to have. So started playing with the girls program when I was 13, and have been playing with that team pretty much every year since, which is a bit of a long time by now, but anyway. Switched to play softball as well as baseball, just like a lot of the girls here, just because there were more opportunities there. I went down to North Dakota to play softball there at Minot State. I was there for 5 years, coached a year down there, have a business degree from there, and then came back home, continued to play softball and baseball until my softball team eventually folded. And so now I'm basically back baseball full time. As far as the national team goes, I was on a couple of extended rosters throughout the years, and then last year was my first stint with international baseball experience. So that, I think, is me in a nutshell.
Amazing. Liz, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, I mean, I have similar history to everybody else that's spoken so far. I've been playing boys baseball since I was 5 years old. Outside of that, I did play softball for a year, but I decided, it wasn't really my thing. Nothing against the girls. If you guys are watching this, I loved you guys. But I'm a pitcher in baseball, so I didn't really ever end up having that same connection to softball as I did with baseball. Outside of playing, I've been doing a lot of coaching lately. And I've been on the women's national baseball team since 2018. I made it at 17 years old, which was pretty cool. And I'm currently pursuing a business degree at SFU. Yeah.
Awesome. And I do want to say I've forgotten this a couple of times. I've been reminded that if people want to ask questions, get them into the chat or the Q&A box. I know we can fill out the time. That hasn't been a problem, but I do want to, if anybody has questions, please get them in there and they will filter through to us. Marika was here earlier as well, but please reintroduce yourself in case some people have tuned in later on.
Hello, thanks for having me back. So I'm Marika, I'm from Tsawwassen. Like I said a little bit earlier, grew up here, started my career it all started here. So then I moved on to Wally, and I played in the PBL for 4 years until I went to a MLB grit camp with 2 of my fellow women's national team members on here, and I ended up getting recruited to play men's college baseball, NCAA, and I am the first female ever to catch at the collegiate level. And this was my first year with the women's national team, and I'm super hyped for many more, hopefully.
Somebody did ask, what is MLB grit? So before we move on, I just want you to explain that a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe even Allie and Liz can chime into this. It's basically, it was kind of like a showcase for girls. It was mainly US more. There was only 6 of us from Canada, and I think 6 from Puerto Rico, I believe. And we all met in Texas, and it was like this big kind of showcase thing. There was like 2 days of sort of just scale-based sort of stuff. And then we moved into games, and there was a scout there. We had a lot of good publicity, and I think it was just a lot of fun to be able to travel with all the girls and meet people from all over the country.
Awesome.
It was invitation only event?
Yes.
Important to note. I love it. Katie, Katie, where are you from? What have you been doing? What's been your baseball journey?
Cool. Yes. So I'm Katie Reyes. I'm from Vancouver, BC. I started playing baseball, Little League, when I was 6. I believe I followed my younger brother's path. I was over at Little Mountain. So for all you BC people, you probably know where that's at. And then I actually transferred to Hastings for my last 2 years of Little League. And in 2009, we actually made it to the Little League World Series in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Woot woot, go Hastings and Little Mountain. But yeah, was one of the first girls, I think it was actually the first girl to get the game-winning hit for Team Canada, and I actually think for the world. So that was pretty cool. But then there was a lot of people that were telling me to switch into softball. And so I kind of got into that path. One of my best friends from Hastings, she told me to join softball. So I did. Joined for 5 years in high school. And then after, I think it was 11th grade, I got a scholarship offer to Howard College in Texas to continue my softball career. So played for 2 years, and we made nationals back-to-back, and we were also conference champions, which was pretty cool. I was their shortstop, and then transferred over to Oklahoma Baptist University to finish my last 2 years of university with my softball career. So that was super fun too. Played third base there, so I'm playing the infield a lot, and I love it so much. Graduated in a kin degree, and then took a gap year, started getting into athletic therapy, and then I'm actually moving to Toronto for my 2nd year of athletic therapy at Sheridan College. However, I believe Coach Ken was the one who was reaching out, who's Team BC's head coach, and he's been asking me since 8th grade to play baseball, but I didn't even know that was a thing. Should have listened, but that's okay. Had a great softball career. And then now Stacy, Liz, Claire, a bunch of BC girls, Marika, have been coaching down with the BC girls camp. And so I've been doing that as well as playing on Team BC for the women's team as well. So yeah, and then I guess I made the extended roster for Team Canada this year too, which is pretty cool.
Amazing. And last but certainly not least, Allison Schroeder, aka Schrody. I'm so bad. You bad at using your guys' real names, so your first names. So
it's okay.
Allie, your turn.
All right. Well, I pretty much have a similar story to most of the girls here. Started playing baseball when I was 4, I want to say. Never played softball. Just continued with it till I was about 12, playing with the guys, and that's when I got into women's baseball. Actually, fellow national team member Ella Matucci got me into it. She kind of introduced me to the BC girls program, and that there was opportunities within the province to play with girls. And from there, I think as a 15-year-old, I made the extended roster to go to Washington with the national team to play a series against Team USA. and have played for it since. Went to the World Cup in 2018 in Florida, and then Mexico this past summer, and currently playing for the Cranbrook Bandits. They play in the Montana American Legion League, and that's for guys baseball. And most recently just graduated high school, so looking to pursue college baseball in the near future.
Amazing. And I do want to mention there is a high performance camp at the end of the month. People can sign up on the Baseball BC website. I want to get that in. Make sure people ask questions. I've been really bad at getting these things going, so I'll plug them in where I can. Because now I'm going to kind of ask you a few questions and pass it off to you guys to answer as you will, whoever wants to take it away. Right away, I think we want to get into maybe some of the deeper stuff. When have you guys had moments of doubt, and also where have you found moments of validation along the way? I'll pick a person first. If we're Stacy, I'm going with you first. You're in the middle of my screen.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so this is kind of a big one for me, I guess. So for those that don't know, I am a little bit older than most people on the national team. So my career started much later as far as the national team goes. So very similar actually to Leah earlier, talking about being in your mid-20s and kind of thinking that you need to move on with your life and other people telling you the same thing. So it was probably in 2018, I would say, is my biggest moment of doubt in my baseball career. Got cut from the national team going to Florida that year, which was tough for me for sure. And anybody that's watching knows that it's tough to get cut from a team, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. So that was definitely a moment of doubt for me. I was thinking like, man, I'm getting old. Like there's kids like Trody coming up, like 10 plus years younger than me, and absolutely killing it. So I had to keep working hard and figured, you know what, like if I don't do it now, I'm not going to. So kind of kicked myself into gear a little bit after that, which led to, I guess, my moment of validation with finally making the cut last year to go to Mexico. And not only making the team, but being on the team to make a difference. Played a lot of first base, batted in the middle of the lineup. So I really felt like that was a time when I finally made it, and I was like, okay, yeah, like here I am. I may be a little bit older, but I'm definitely still going to contribute.
Member of the bomb squad.
I needed that one.
If you guys aren't going to go, I'm going to pick you.
I was going to say, I feel like it's a quiet group, so maybe I'll jump in. As one of the few people older than Stacy on the national team.
The only.
Hey now. So yeah, I had sort of a long and storied career a little bit so far. I don't know if even everyone on this call knows, but maybe I do. I talk about it a lot. So I actually made the team initially as a catcher, and catching is my one true passion. I will never not call myself a catcher. I feel like that's truly what I am. If Aaron's still listening, sorry, Aaron. But yeah, so I started my career on the national team as a catcher, and I've never been the starting catcher on the national team. So it was a really challenging experience for me to sort of go through a lot of years and not ever do the thing that I really wanted to do. And so I think what I found, I had many moments of doubt. I consistently have moments of doubt about that, but finding a way that I can contribute, or as Stacy mentioned, feeling like you contribute to the team, I feel like is a really valuable thing. And so for my validation, finding different ways where I can contribute. I played a lot of first base early in my career, and I DH quite a bit, and then I moved into a pitching role, sort of like halfway through my career. I hadn't pitched an inning until I think I was, 7 years into my career, and then slowly but surely became a starting pitcher. I didn't have a starting appearance until 2016, which is relatively late in my career, the start of most of other people's. But now I can sort of proudly say that I am a starting pitcher on the national team. So it's something that definitely developed over my time as a career, as a national team player, and finding your role, even though it might not be exactly what you thought it was going to be at the start of something. You know, listening to people, trying to embody those things, and having a little bit of versatility has really treated me well in my career. So I think a big moment of validation for me was making the national team in 2015 for the Pan American Games. That was a really challenging group of girls, and the tryout period was very challenging for everyone. It was one of the most stressful times anybody at that time would talk about, and making that team was a huge accomplishment for me. And now I feel like you know, it's a different story, and things are going pretty well, and I hope to keep contributing. So that was something that I went through.
Things are going pretty well. I think anybody else can jump in and remind the broader audience who doesn't know how well they're going. I mean, if there's anybody who just impressed on it was when we were in Mexico at the qualifier last year, every time you pitched, every time you came up to the plate, like, you just expected things to go as planned, and they did. It's amazing. I don't want to minimize anybody's accomplishments. And since Liz is unmuted, I'm going to go to you next. Moments of doubt, moments of validation.
I'm going to say my biggest moment of doubt in my career, well, my biggest struggle in my playing career so far, I'm still pretty young, but happened in 2017. When I was playing for Team BC, I was supposed to play at U16 Nationals, and I was supposed to also play at U21 Nationals the week after. This is also like the biggest lesson that I've learned ever playing. So what happened was my mechanics were horrible. Like, they were so bad, and leading up to Nationals, my back had been acting up, and I was just like, no, let's ignore that. So I remember first game of U16 Nationals, starting pitcher, I was like, this hurts, I'm just going to keep going. And I just absolutely destroyed my back. Like, it was so bad. I remember I was like limping off the mound. I went up to my coach, Marty. I was like, man, I can't pitch anymore. I'm so sorry. And that was like extra horrible, because like at that point I was like one of the main pitchers on the team. Like, it felt to me at that time that like, obviously this wasn't the case, but the pressure that I had put on myself was like, man, I just ruined the tournament for this team. Like, I was supposed to be one of the main pitchers this year. Like, Marty planned the tournament around like my pitching, because like this is where my mind was at, right? I was like, I not only let down the U16 team, I let down the U21 team. I let down myself, because that was also the year that Ali was getting noticed by Team Canada. That was the year that my other friend Emma was getting noticed by Team Canada. I was like, man, my career is over. Like, I'm 16 years old and my career is over. And so that took me about a year to get over. And I remember I started training with Aaron Myette. He watched me pitch earlier that year. He was like, man, your mechanics are a mess. Like, they are. I'm going to try and fix them, though. So started training with him. Over the course of like 3 or 4 months, we had totally changed my pitching mechanics. In 2018, I made the prospect team. And then from there, I went to Senior Women's Nationals. I got picked up for the extended roster. And like the like validation just kept coming. And then that was the year that I made Team Canada as well. And that was freaking insane. Like, and it was just like all of this was happening at once. And I, like, in my head, I was still like that 16-year-old that with the ruined back that like, I like still like ruined it for the team and whatever. And I remember it was a week before we left for the World Cup. And I was talking to Aaron and I was like, man, I don't feel ready. Like, mentally, like I don't know if I can do this. Like, this is just so crazy that this is happening so soon. Like, a year ago, I like messed up my back. I thought my career was over. Like, this is so crazy. And I remember he took me aside and he was like, everything that's happened to you so far has happened for a reason. And you made the team for a reason. You deserve to be here. You worked hard to be here. Right. And that was like my sort of moment of validation. of course, it's the cherry on top, Aaron, if you're watching, was when he said, yeah, I saw you 3 years ago and I thought you'd never make Team Canada. Your mechanics were so bad. I was like, awesome. Thanks, Aaron. But yeah, that was my moment of validation for me.
Amazing. And Marika, I know we talked about it earlier when we started things off with some struggles when you went to college and then kind of how you got through them. But, you know, where was your mindset when those were happening to where it is now if you encounter something like that again?
Well, like I said earlier, if people weren't on, I didn't go in the fall to play college. I stayed home. I didn't have my visa done, so I went in January. And when I arrived in January, I felt a little behind, first of all, because I had shown up already a semester later. All the guys kind of like knew each other, although they were amazing. I started going to practices and I noticed that I wasn't doing as well as I thought I should be or where I thought I could be at. So my mindset was like very down. I got to my room one day and I was like, God, like this is not it for me. Like maybe this is why girls play softball in college, or maybe this is why a girl hasn't caught so far, or many things have raced through my mind. But after, I even had one teammate pull me aside of one time I just had the worst day, and he was like, you're here for a reason, and like we recruited you for a reason. So just like him saying that and like having a guy on my team validate why I'm there, he's like, Coach Perry believes in you. Like he wouldn't have brought you on if he didn't think you had it to stick here and even stay with the mental side of it. So I think after he said that to me, my whole mindset changed, and going into games, I was like, you know what? Like people don't really expect much from me. You know what I mean? Going in there, people just are like, it's a girl, like she's gonna fail. So going out there, went out with a mindset of like, I don't care about statistics. If I hit the ball hard or hit the ball at all, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is the best day ever. And everybody thought I was crazy, but I was like, I don't care, because it's validation that I can just even hit the ball at this level. So I think my moment of like, wow, this is like, I can hang here, or my moment of validation was getting my first college hit, because hitting has been something I've always struggled with, necessarily mostly like with the guy side of things. So getting my first hit was like the thing of being like, yes, like this is it, and I feel confident. And from then on with my college, I just felt like I was meant to be there, and I felt like I was at the same level of them, not like this anymore.
Amazing. And now I'm gonna make somebody come off mute. Katie, I'm coming to you.
Cool. Sounds good. Okay, validation. I was actually, after our fun conversation, I think it was Tuesday, talked to Stace and Liz, and I've just had a fun week. And after the call, validation was just being doubted through my head. I was thinking maybe I shouldn't be on this call. Why am I even on the extended roster? Should I even play baseball? All these things, just because everybody I've been talking to has been so softball related, has been so other sport related as well, or even just like working out in general, and it never had to do anything with baseball up until I guess these past 2 years. And so the conversation I had with Liz and Stace is that no matter what we're doing, as long as we're working hard, as long as we're determined to get to what we want, such as our goals to be on Team Canada, to be the starting shortstop, not just to be on the team now, it's to be above and beyond and to make a difference with the younger girls, having myself at camp, helping them with whatever they need help with, such as properly throwing a baseball, helps me so much in the person I want to become. And I believe that other people want to see me become as well. Having myself coach on these camps has definitely helped me throughout these times. So that is one of the big validation factors, having my teammates and having these camps help me strive towards those goals as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so hard for a lot of people to feel like they belong. I don't think you're alone in those feelings in other scenarios anywhere you are, and I think it's important to be open about that. I appreciate your authenticity and just how genuine that is. And I know I've struggled with belonging and working in a male dominated industry. It always kind of is there, and I just appreciate that insight. And obviously you do belong. But I know we are going to talk about a little bit some of those camps that you guys are working with and how you guys are going the game. But I still just want to ask the same question to Allie and Claire, whoever wants to go first. I do think that these are important things for people to kind of know where the doubt creeps in, how you get over it, and when it kind of you get validated in those moments. Claire's off mute. It's you.
Yeah. I think that I would say my moment of doubt and validation was a very short time span. Like when I was 16 and first made the team, Alexis, you were in Japan, Asay, you were too. But I had no idea that I was even on the radar to be picked. So I think I had no pressure on me. It was my first time on the senior women's team. I had done well. I had pitched against Quebec in another province, and I think because I was also so new, no one had seen my pitching before. And so when we get to Japan, I feel so out of my element. And I remember warming up to Jen Gilroy and just probably the most nervous I've ever been in my entire life, and get on the mound. And I think I threw 4 balls in a row and then hit 2 batters and threw maybe 2 strikes in 20 pitches. And Andre, the coach at the time, I think came back out and just took me right off. I don't think I even scored an out. And just super embarrassed, wondered, man, they're not ever going to trust me on the mound again. I don't belong here. And I remember being super upset. We went to the Canadian Embassy that night, and I just was so in my head about it and was I'm not going to see another ball for the rest of the tournament. And the World Cup hadn't even started. And at the time I was a pitcher only, so I wasn't doing a ton. And then there was a game against Australia, and the night before, Andre knocked on my door and he's like, "Eccles, you got the start." And I was like, oh my God, he wants me to pitch again? What is going on? And I kind of just I went in with that mentality of I have nothing to lose. I think we had already figured out our place in the standings at the time. And I went in and I pitched 4 shutout innings. And I think that was a huge point of validation for me, and also realizing that the coaching staff believed in me even though I was young and they barely knew who I was. And I've always kind of struggled mentally with pitching. I've told you guys this before, but I think when I transitioned over into more of an outfielder hitter is really when I started to believe that I had a spot on the team and I was more than just a pitcher. And I think having the opportunity to play both positions has been huge for my mental health. And just, I don't know, I think that it is, like Asay said, so important to be versatile. And I think being able to show that to the coaches and the rest of my teammates was a huge moment of validation for me.
Yeah. I remember the nervous start, and I remember the comeback start, or the nervous appearance and the comeback start. And it was good to watch too. That's exactly what they wanted to see, and it's amazing. And Shrody, I'll let you wrap up this question.
So surprisingly enough, kind of similar story to Claire. I will say though, personally, I'd struggle more with internal doubt as opposed to external. I think that I put a lot of pressure on myself, or at least I did before, and it's not an easy thing. It is detrimental almost in some situations. And so I'd say my most defining moment of doubt would have been 2018 World Cup. Like I said, similar to Claire, got my first start, kind of Team Canada debut on the mound. It was against Australia, and we did come out with the win. I remember that. It was a pretty good game, but I just remember, I don't know how many innings I threw, 3 or 4 maybe, but ended up with like 6 runs, not all earned, but still you look up, you see 6 runs, you're down already, and you just beat yourself up. And so I'd say after that game, it was not a good spot. I was pretty upset, pretty angry, like obviously happy that the team came out with the win, but hard on yourself that you couldn't contribute more. And I don't know, Asay may or may not like this one, but later in the tournament, being able to come in the bronze medal game, that would have been a huge moment of validation for me. I remember just like sitting there watching the game, and I was ready, like I was so ready to go. It was an exciting game all around, like the atmosphere in the park and the dugout was just unreal. And yeah, so that game kind of set the tone for me. I kind of gained a little bit more confidence. It was like, okay, team has the confidence in me that I can do it in these situations. I should too. And so then being able to walk away with the win at the end of that game, yeah, just validated me. I felt like I was able to be there. I can hang with the teams at this level, and it just kind of, it boosts your confidence, but it also stays with you for the rest of your career almost. Like you just feel like you're ready and you have the confidence when those situations come again.
And I love it. I love that you got the win. It was
Thank you.
I of course didn't want to come out, but it was great that you came in and did a fantastic job. And you know, you can't beat a extra inning win against the US for a bronze medal. Like, I mean, except if it was for a gold medal, but you know, in the situation, it was the best thing that could have happened. So you're fantastic.
And we do, before we get to another kind of all-person question, and somebody did ask everybody's position, so I'm just going to run that down to make it easier. Dr. Amanda Asay is all over the field. I mean, she first base and pitcher. I'm not going to call you a catcher, but she called herself a catcher, so that's what we're going to go with. Utility player right there, both sides of the ball. Allie is a pitcher, Marika is a catcher, and these are the way they're appearing in my screen. I don't know about you guys. Stacey is a first baseman, Claire is an outfielder, also a left-handed pitcher, Katie is a shortstop, and Liz is a pitcher. Just to run those down, somebody asked, and I should have asked you that in the introductions. That's on me. And I don't know who wants to take this one, but somebody asked how you guys have dealt with or deal with crude boys in either your own dugout or opposite dugouts. I know we talked about this a little bit the other night, but how have you dealt with it? Any recommendations for people who do have to deal with it in the future?
I got it.
You're all over it. Yeah.
I am. Hit dingers. Done. You guys can do it. I know it. I actually have a story. I mean, I was only playing against boys in Little League, and it was one of my last games in Vancouver or in our districts. And I think I was second at bat. I heard this guy going, "Oh, she's a girl, strike her out, strike her out." And I hit a triple. Ran around the bases, just stood there, like, just cool, casually got a triple, scored home on the next hit. And I heard his mom going, "Hey, don't talk to girls like that, or they will hit on you. They will also, they're in this game for a reason, you know, like, respect them as players." And when I heard this mom say this, it shocked me. I never had any, especially parents on other teams, back up a girl. Usually most teams are like, "Hey, boys are playing this sport, let boys play." Or it's, "Wow, is that a girl on the field?" While this mom kind of said, to her son, "Hey, sit down. This is still an athlete. Play against her like you would with other guys." So that was one of the coolest things I've heard as an athlete, as a girl, as a little leaguer. And so I want to tell all the youngins out there, especially the girls, believe in yourself 100%. You girls could do it. Sometimes, most times, you guys could actually do it better than the boys too. So that was my advice.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump in on sort of the like more crude rather than rude, although you get a little bit of both. But so, I think this has been in the media a little bit more as of late, sort of this idea of locker room talk in professional sports. It's been shown a little bit more recently, and that's definitely a thing that happens, a thing that I've experienced in both my baseball and hockey careers playing with men. So yeah, hopefully it's changing. Hopefully as sort of the world changes and people are being brought up in different ways, that that is going to disappear a little bit. People are just going to have more respect for everyone in general, boys and girls respecting each other. But I think it probably still happens, and it definitely has happened in front of me. I haven't had a ton of crude or rude comments directed towards me within my earshot. Happens every once in a while, but it's pretty rare. So hopefully that's the case with everyone. But I definitely have overheard or been in situations where very inappropriate things were being said around me. And I found that my best sort of defense against that was to not react in any way. A lot of people are looking for reactions, and if you don't react in any way, it more or less goes away, or the conversation stops, and you can try to ignore it as best you can. It's really unfortunate that it does happen, but a lot of times those people are looking for reactions both from their male teammates and from a female teammate. So yeah, in my experience, the best defense against it was to just pretend it didn't even happen at all, and hopefully not take it to heart too much.
Yeah, I would say almost the exact same as Asay. I mean, playing college baseball, you hear a lot of things. I mean, the guys are older. They say a lot of things, not directed towards me, but it could be other women. I mean, even growing up and playing high school baseball, people would make comments, and I think you just gotta turn your ears off. I feel like I'm so censored now. Like, I don't really hear anything anymore. Like, my coach would be like, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, I didn't hear it. Like, I didn't hear what they said." But that's just me tuning everything out, what they say things, or even people on other teams and stuff like that. So I agree with Amanda with just shutting down the conversation of saying nothing, because how can you continue to spark an argument or say crude, rude things when there's no one to say it to?
I do think it's hard though, and I definitely shortchanged Allie when I was going through the positions. I just realized that. Sorry, Allie, also infielder, my bad. But I definitely have gotten a lot of those comments. Obviously, like, I don't play, but I'm around baseball all the time, and I am one of the only women oftentimes, and I get them a lot. And for me, I mean, this is no shock to anybody who knows me, I'm sure, but it is very hard for me to bite my tongue. And sometimes I feel a need to respond a little bit. And I mean, occasionally just like nothing is going to work. As I've gotten older, I feel like that I hope that sharing my experiences with anyone who will listen, that will have a positive effect on them. But often the people who are saying those things are the ones who aren't going to listen anyway, which is really hard. And I don't even know if I have advice for that, but it happens. And I think that, I mean, sharing stories as much as we can in forums like this and other places, I think will at least help the people who will listen. And then hopefully that kind of carries over. And I totally cut off Allie when she was ready to say something here too.
That's okay. No, I was just going to say I have had my fair share of discrimination on the field. I can't say I've had crude comments, more rude, just they don't like the fact that you're playing with them, competing with them. But one thing that I've learned is that you can only control how you react. And it's cliche to say, and it's a lot easier to say than to actually do when you're on the field. But I totally agree with Asay. If you react, it only gets worse. And as a young girl playing, I know it's 10 times worse than playing when you're older, but you can only control how you react, how you hold yourself after that. You can't get down on the field because they're just going to build off of that. So if you just continue to play your game and keep your head up, they have nothing to say. If you know that you're supposed to be there, which you are if you're there, keep playing your game. they can't say anything, and anything they say after that is because they don't like the fact that you're competing with them.
Yeah, and I know it's not just about competing either, and I do want to say that that Katie mentioned the mom, and like a lot of the times when the moms are the opposite of that too, it's worse. When it comes from another woman, like it is so much worse to hear it too. You just like, there's not this respect that I hope that people have and understanding, and it's so difficult. And I do want to move into more positive things from what we're talking about now, but I also, it's really hard too. Like I have had crude comments, very crude, and at times other people have had to step in. They've felt a need to step in and say something for me. And to me, like, I'm grateful for that, but I'm also embarrassed by that. You don't want to have people stand up for you. It's just a difficult situation. And I wish that less people were put in it at all times, but I do want to move into more positive things. We did talk about some of you guys working on the grassroots side of the game. So I want to know what you're doing and what you want to see in the future.
Stacey, you want to talk about this? Anybody want to talk about this?
I could start this.
Everybody wants to talk about this.
We all have a program. We love it. We had so much fun this week. If anybody didn't know, we did a program. Let Stacey take it away because she's kind of like the head of it, you know.
Yeah, well, we'll start with this week. So this past week, we did something a little bit different. Past couple of years, I know Scott Mackenzie touched on it. We've been doing what's called the BC Girls Instructional League, which we just, a few of the girls here, we run weekly programming for girls in addition to the teams they're playing on. So the hope is that they continue playing in their leagues. Eventually they might have all girl teams in their leagues, but for now, we just want to supplement that so that they can still compete and then come with the girls on the weekend and have just a ton of fun, but also learn a lot too. So this past week we did our first ever 4-day camp rather than the weekly, just because of the situation this year and everything being so different. So it was a ton of fun. We had girls from age 6 to 14, which is awesome. We had this tiny little 6-year-old that held her own with everybody else. So
Ava.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, like that's what I love to see, is just all ages of girls coming together, all different levels last week, but they all had a ton of fun. My biggest thing is also getting other women involved. So a lot of the younger players here are starting to help coach with me a lot, and it's honestly awesome to see them start to take a little bit bigger role, and then it's just growing, and the girls are all happy to be together, and it just is so awesome to see, and we're just hoping to grow it every year as much as we can, from both grassroots and high performance, I guess, all angles at once.
Yeah, like for me, like looking back on like me growing up, I would have killed to see like a group of girls that are in the same situation as me, also playing baseball with boys, like, and see them consistently throughout the spring while I'm playing on my boys team. Because like, even though like, yeah, like I fought hard to earn a spot on all my teams, like I'm a great player, like I know I am, and I know I can excel every year, like whether it be moving up a level from say like bantam to midget or like pee-wee to bantam, or like having a new boys team every year I would have this doubt in my head of like, hey, you know, like I'm not really supposed to be doing this, like I'm not supposed to be doing this, like why am I doing it? And then I would go back and think like, yeah, like as I got older, I was like, yeah, I have these friends that are also doing the same thing, and it's like so cool and it's so great to see, and I look forward to playing with my friends in the summertime. So that was like an additional drive to get me to continue on with the springtime with the guys team, but that doubt wouldn't happen if I was playing with the girls in the springtime. So I'm so excited to see how they develop, and I'm so excited to see them play in the future and like have them like take my spot eventually on Team Canada. Like that, it's so like I'm so excited to see the future of girls baseball. Like it's so cool.
There's a few other things I think that's happened throughout BC too. If you're tuning in from outside of the Lower Mainland, these are sort of Lower Mainland focused, but I know that Baseball BC has run some grassroots girls programs through the interior. Stacey and I and a couple other members went up to Kamloops a couple years ago. So if you're in those organizations and you want those things to happen, please reach out to Baseball BC, and we are happy to come and run those camps or be a part of those camps. There's a big group of us that always want to encourage young girls to play. Myself, I grew up in Prince George, one of a few girls playing. So if there's want for someone to go up there, I would be more than happy to try and make that trip. Those kind of things, we all really love to try and grow the game. Where there's a few of us also working with the Jays Care Foundation in their Girls at Bat program, which is trying to empower some young girls who maybe aren't currently playing baseball to consider an avenue for sport. So we're really happy to do many things. So if there's a want, if there's a drive, please reach out, please request it, and we'll do our best to make those things happen as well.
Yeah, I do want to stress, if anybody has questions about anything, programming, anything, please send them to Baseball BC. If you have questions for specific people about specific things, please send them, whether it's now, whether it's later. Just reach out. Baseball BC wants to get people involved and wants to grow the game, and would not hesitate to take your questions. I cut somebody off. Who did I cut off?
Oh, I think it was me. I was just agreeing. I'll be anywhere. If there's a camp, I'm there.
Yeah, and that's like one of the cool things I think is, I mean, I didn't get to go to a lot of BC camps just when I was younger. I didn't really know much about the BC camp, but I know, Claire, I've actually never told you this. I remember going to my first, I think it was Pee Wee or Bantam, and I remember seeing Claire just sitting there with her Team Canada hoodie on. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I want to do that one day. And, even just having her there, made a big difference and, kept me in the game or playing. Sorry, that's embarrassing, but now I catch for her sometimes.
I'll embarrass myself alongside you. I had a very similar experience to Marika. Actually, funny story. Up until 2018, I had a poster of Claire hung up in my bedroom, and then I made the team, and I was like, this is weird. I can't have this anymore. But I still have the signed Claire Eccles baseball card that you signed for me when I was 11, 12 years old. So
I have mine too.
Thanks,
you
buddy.
don't want a poster of me in your room? The closet.
Yeah, I asked Amanda for an autographed baseball card literally today. So let's not be embarrassed.
I think Stace has one of my cards too, I'm sure.
Oh, 100%. I've got a couple of Amanda Asay cards.
Well,
not even embarrassed about it. I love it.
Going out and buying a mini frame for mine now.
Yeah.
I realize now that it's been 50 minutes and I've asked 2 questions. So
guys. Sorry. I had to.
I love how it's just at the beck and call too. It's not even dug up somewhere. It's they're ready for when Liz needs it to show Claire, hey man, still your biggest fan.
It should be taped to your wall now. You need something on those walls.
I have it on my bulletin board next to one of the girls that I coach.
Claire, how do you feel about it?
I mean, I'm honored. I love everyone here. I think it's pretty funny. I mean, I think I was in that situation too. I remember actually 3-4 months before I made the senior team for BC. I was at a Blue Jays camp and Nikki Boyd was there and I was starstruck. And so I got my Blue Jays hat and I got all the signatures from all these I think Robbie Alomar was there and I can't remember the other ones, but I got Nikki's autograph on my hat. So it's all these Blue Jays players and then Nikki's signature. And then a few months later I was on her team. But I mean, I looked up to her. I mean, I still look up to her so much. I wonder if she's coming back. But I mean, it's cool to know that I made that impact on Liz and Marika, and I know that Marika and Liz will make that same impact on the younger players as well coming up. So it's just going to keep going.
And I think it's amazing that you guys are doing events like this. I mean, having those baseball cards, signing them, I know it gets talked about a lot, that you need to see it to be it. So it's so important to have the visibility, the representation, and that shouldn't be true. But I know when I was growing up, I didn't see female journalists covering baseball. I didn't see female trainers on the field. I didn't see female coaches. I didn't see it. And it was hard to understand that it was possible just because it wasn't out there in front of our faces. And I cannot stress enough how grateful I am, and I hope other people are too, to be able to see you guys, to be able to look up to you guys, to have that. And I do think it's really important what you guys are doing, and I think it's amazing. Some people are off mute, so I want to make sure before I move on to the next question, we're good there.
Sorry. I was just looking at some of the questions.
Sarah, just ready for this. Okay,
I'm letting the responsibilities on Anthony to filter the questions through, because some are being answered by Baseball BC in the background. So we're letting those filter through. Pressure's on Anthony. And I do want to ask you guys, we kind of talked about this the other day when we were getting ready for this. What has baseball given you and taught you along the way? I do want everyone to answer this if possible, because I think it's something different for all of us. I know baseball has given me things, opportunities, taught me how to deal with failure. It's a sport of failure. But I do want to kind of ask everybody, and looks like Marika's ready to start us off there.
I'm ready. I feel like, I don't know, without the game, I feel like I would be a completely different person. I feel like I learned how to cope better mentally and physically with myself, and I pushed myself a lot harder, but most of all, I learned how to be more of a people person, and not only like work with people, but through people not wanting you there, stuff like that. I feel like you get better at that thing. So that's going to happen again in your life. So just going on from, even when my baseball career is over, I know I'll carry things over from that. And even just the amazing people that I've met on the way. I mean, what are the opportunities I get to move to the States and go play and go to an American college? Like, has always been a dream of mine. So getting to use baseball to take me these places and meet these such amazing people, and even these interviews I've been doing recently on my YouTube channel, like, when was I ever going to interview Trevor Bauer? Like, I'm just from Tawasin. Like, this is crazy. So I think that's one of the coolest things for me. Next.
Liz looks ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready. I think the most important thing that baseball has given me, and I know you're a little bit mad at me for saying this during the practice round, but I think definitely the most important thing that baseball has given to me is like friends, family, and mentors. Especially like being on Team BC, like I wouldn't have met any of the friends that I have now had I not played baseball, and like y'all are all like my closest friends. And like it's just like, not only are you guys like my friends, but you're also like my mentors. Like having older friends in like such like a pivotal moment in my life is such, I see Asay smiling. It's like, I don't think you guys realize like how big an impact on me that you have. Yeah, I'm gonna stop now because
Asay laughs, but I'm older. I feel really old. Whoever wants to go next, though, fire it away. Allie, you ready?
Yeah, I'd say above everything else, baseball has given me the opportunity, like exact same thing I said the other day. It's to get these life experiences that I wouldn't have otherwise. Like, I can't think of another time I would have been able to go to Cuba and go visit an orphanage, or go visit downtown Havana, or interact with Team Cuba, like the way I was able to through the Cuba camp. And above all, it's giving me these connections that will literally last a lifetime. I just think that being able to experience these different cultures through the game, as opposed to, just traveling, it gives you a greater perspective on not only the great country that we do live in, but just all that we have to be grateful for in life. And you get to learn a lot from getting those experiences.
I'll tag along with what Allie's saying about learning and experience and stuff like that, with even with practices or even all these camps that we are going through. After the camp, after like a super long hot day of just playing baseball, get back to the hotel or just kind of hang out in the car or just go grab a smoothie or something like that, we're still talking about baseball. We're still talking about, about this sort of double play or how to do some sort of trick on the field or bat flips or the player who hit a home run this week, just kind of like that, never getting bored of learning about the sport itself and about teaching others. So we're always in conversation with one another. I know that Liz loves to hang out 24/7. And I know that sometimes I have other obligations after ball, or Stacy does, or other people like that. But it's still so fun hanging out with everybody, talking about the game, and always consistently just being with one another, learning from each other too. But yeah, that's mine.
Yeah, I'll add on to the train of just the relationships that come from the game. I was just talking with one of my oldest friends and my sister today. Like, we started playing baseball together like 15 years ago, and it's crazy to me that those are my best friends from the game, and also from then going off to play softball. Some of my best friends from college are through the game in a roundabout way, and then again, now that I am coaching, the relationships I'm building with those young kids and even their families is just unreal to me. They now support me while I'm still playing. I'm supporting them as they're going up through the program, and that's just like the most important thing to me. On the baseball side, just like perseverance and fighting through things, that's a big one for me. You guys heard my story from the beginning, and so it's definitely an up and down game. And so I've learned a lot through that, of just kind of pushing through, and that just transfers over to life so easily. So I'd say those are my big two, I guess, if I gotta choose two.
Yeah, I can add to that. I think for me, I forgot to mention earlier, but in 2017, I played in a men's collegiate summer league in Victoria. I met some amazing guys through that and some amazing people. It was the GM of the Harbour Cats, Brad Norris Jones, who kind of contacted Baseball Canada and wanted a woman to have the opportunity to play, and I was the right age, and him and I met up one time and clicked. And I mean, baseball was the whole reason that I got that opportunity, as well as, like, for example, he stopped working at the Harbour Cats and he's now working for a soccer team, and just because through knowing him, he was able to get me a job with that soccer team. So I think, like Stacy said, there's a lot of things through baseball that have translated over into life. And I think my current boss right now always says, like, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I think baseball is an amazing resource for that. And yeah, I'll always have people across the world that I am in contact with and that I know, and that maybe will bring me an opportunity later in the future, which I think is a really cool thing.
And I know it's Asay's turn, so I'm gonna let you go on that one, and then I'm gonna combine. We have a bunch of questions coming in now, but I'm gonna try to get them all in before we have to go. So hopefully nobody has to go yet. But Asay, I'll let you answer that one too.
No problem. I was waiting till the end.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, baseball has given me a lot. I could probably piggyback on things that everyone has said. I've made some incredible friends that I like, lifelong friends, like as everyone said. And I back in 2005 there was a core group, and a lot of us played for a lot of years, and that was an incredible experience to share so many things with them. I could tell many a crazy Baseball Canada story. We have been all over the world, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Cuba, Venezuela was a really crazy trip, Florida, Edmonton was actually oddly a little bit strange too, but we did all kinds of crazy things, and each of those places we shared these experiences both on and off the field, some incredible on the field moments for sure, and that's kept bringing me back. I love the sport of baseball, so you know, you can't keep me off the field, kind of thing. I just love playing, but also, you know, we went through a hurricane. There was a fire in our hotel once. There was a shooting in Venezuela. There's a lot of crazy things that have happened, and to share it with such close friends is just an incredible, you know, just a blessing, really. And then the sport, as everyone else has said too, is you know, is always a learning experience. I think that I had a lot of emotion early in my career, and just through the experience of playing a lot of baseball, I've at least been able to trap those things and come off like I have a little bit of composure, even if sometimes inside I'm going a little crazy. But so that's something that I think has really helped me in my professional career as well. When I'm having a lot of self-doubt, be able to, you know, bring myself together a little bit and try to at least put up a front that makes me look somewhat competent, hopefully. And then again, sort of taking a non-stereotypical path, baseball helped me with that as well, like trying to find which ways I can contribute in any situation I'm in is something that definitely stemmed from my baseball career. So I'm forever grateful for so many reasons, and one of them just being that I love to play.
Awesome. And so the big question that has been posed to you guys is favorite memory with the national team, but I want to kind of expand that, just like a career highlight for you. But somebody also wants to know where you each played Little League. So before you answer, just chime in with where you played Little League. And they also want to know if you ever think there'll be a girl in Major League Baseball. But core question, just like what's been a highlight for you? And also, I have no idea what all the different Little League teams are, so that's on you guys. Besides Katie, you already told us. Right? Hastings?
I'll jump back on. Nobody else is doing it. I played, Katie played in Hastings and Little Mountain. I mentioned a couple times I grew up in Prince George. At the time when I was playing, there were 3 different Little Leagues there. I played for Prince George East, was the Little League Association that I played for. We were in the provincials quite a few times, and I was lucky enough to play in provincials as an 11 and 12-year-old. And get silver and bronze. So never quite made it to those Little League World Series, but was awfully close. And then for career highlights, I have 2 pretty big ones. Had to have been my very first World Cup back in 2006. I was young and had no idea what I was doing. This women's baseball thing was still very brand new to me, and we played both Japan, ranked #1, and the US, which was ranked 2 at the time. A little bit lower now since we're #2. Woohoo! But they were the top 2 teams going into that tournament, and we played them both quite early on in the tournament. And we were successful in both of those games. We won, and that was the only time we've ever beat Japan, as it turns out, and was also a really exciting big game against the US. So those 2 wins that early on in my career that led to a pretty successful tournament for me as well, personally, was a huge highlight, just very exciting overall. And then in 2015, the experience of the Pan Am Games was quite amazing. Like I said, we got the silver medal there in a incredibly exciting situation with sold out crowds. That was pretty fantastic on home soil in Toronto. And then that bronze medal against the US in 2018, that's a good one too. Whew. Extra innings, like can't beat that. And then I guess for the last part of the question, do I think a female will play in the Major League Baseball? This may be an unpopular answer, but my answer is no. I don't really think that's necessarily the right goal. You know, it's very difficult for a position player to make it that far. It's why what Marika's doing is so impressive. You're not as fast, you're not as strong. unless you're also willing to take those steroids. I'm not sure if you're ever going to get there. As a woman, our bodies are built a little bit different. So I think the goal is to make a league that's, it's a different, I think Erin said this as well, it's a different game. It's a little bit different of a game, and I think it's worthy of watching as well. So perhaps the goal isn't for a woman to play with the men, but for the women to have their own platform. And I think in the few cases where there has been women, they've all been pitchers. And I think that is cool. Like, I think I mentioned this in our first beginning talk, that you can bring your own assets and you can be really valuable, but to be a like consistent major league player, I think people would learn pretty fast, and then it would be tough to continue your success. But in short stints, and I think that's where Claire brought some uniqueness to the Harbor Cats, and where there was some value there was just given a different look, and a different look, it can be really valuable sometimes. So if there was one, I think that's where their place would be, but I don't know if that's even the goal for me, at least personally. But we'll jump off.
Marika.
Oh, hey.
Where did you play Little League?
Oh, guess what? I didn't. But it makes me really sad because Tsawwassen didn't have Little League. I mean, we had BC Minors, so we didn't get the cool stadiums like everyone else. I didn't feel like a major leaguer, but eventually got to play in the PBL, so that was good.
We don't have it in Ontario either. I'm with you.
Yeah, like
what's your career highlight?
I would go over after my PBL games, and there's like a Little League field in Wally, because I think they're pretty good. I don't really know much about Little League, but I go watch them. I'm like, this is like a big league game. They got the big scoreboard. They got the music playing. These kids are like walking up to their walkout songs. I was like, I played on a really bad field in the middle of like Tsawwassen, which nobody really goes in. They only really know about the ferry terminal. So like, no one really came out except for like the parents, so that was my biggest fan. To answer your question of, do I think there will be a girl in the MLB? I do think there will be a girl in the MLB. A little contradictory to Amanda. I don't know when. Don't tell me, but I think at some point there will be. And I think she will be a pitcher. Just because of seeing different variations of speed. You can do change-ups, curveballs, anything to kind of throw people off. I mean, it gets to a point, or even in college, where I can't throw 90. That's just like the thing. Like, I'm a female and we're not built to throw 90. I'm never going to get there unless I want to do steroids, but I'm not going to do. And I think that pitching will be the way for that, unfortunately. Although I would like to catch, that would be very terrifying. I could not picture a like 99-mile-an-hour curveball in the dirt, so very scary. And then
come on, catching them is so fun. So fun to do it. You gotta do it.
I mean, maybe a bullpen catcher or something. I don't know. My best memory from the national team was this year, because it was my first year, and I think my highlight from that was making the team and also playing against or starting against the US, because I thought that was pretty cool, because we're pretty tight with them. So I was like, oh, it's sick. I think me and Amanda was actually pitching to me. I think me and her went out there. I was like, yeah, let's go BC girls. Anyways, who's up next?
I'll go next if nobody else wants to.
You go. Yeah.
I'm in the same boat as Marika. I didn't grow up with Little League. Bad little fields that we had to play on. Lots of holes in the dirt, holes in the ground, like all grass, just real bad. So bad, my parents wouldn't even stick around and watch the games. Like,
let's not highlight the bad fields, guys.
No, for real.
Transition this conversation.
No. Okay, my home field that I played at last year and the year before, there's like a sewage leak nearby, so you stand in outfield and it's just, you get wafts. It's so bad. So we'll get like one or two parents like sticking around for games. But anyway, outside of that, career highlights, I have a few. Definitely winning bronze with Team Canada was like pretty insane. Like, I especially like watching one of my best friends, Ali, like pitch that game was like so, like it was so crazy, like so meaningful to like watch. Outside of that, my like personal career highlight has been, well, I spoke a little bit earlier about how I was like doubting myself going into the World Cup. Another reason why I was doubting myself is because I had like heard, like it was like subtly mentioned to me that I could possibly be pitching against Japan later on, and that just freaked me right out. Like, even though like it wasn't even like a for sure like, oh yeah, you're pitching this game, because you never know up until like the game. Like the fact that it was mentioned, like the fact that my name was even in the draw was like so that like definitely freaked me out. And I remember like I'm a super awkward person, so I remember like the game when we pitched against Japan, I had just super embarrassed myself in front of all my teammates. Like I was just being a goof in the dugout, and I went out there and I was like, all right, I'm here now. Like this is the best team in the world. I'm 17 years old. Like we're pitching this. And I got through like 3, maybe 4 batters. I wasn't doing bad actually, which was pretty cool. And then there was a lightning strike, like right nearby, and then we were in Florida during lightning storm season, so you hear the sirens go off and it's like, all right, you got to get to the bus. And then I got taken off the mound, and I was like, you know what, it's sick. Like I was pretty upset, but I was like, you know what, this is sick, this is fine, we're good. But that's definitely a career highlight, just being able to like be put into that opportunity and like just like being there, even though it wasn't for long, just like being like in the presence of like greatness, like on my team and on the other team, like fangirling, but also like sweating bullets. And then what was the third question?
Pitched against Japan, didn't give up any runs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I also pitched against like 4 batters, but yeah, didn't give off like 4 home runs, which was good. What was the last question again?
Do you think we'll ever see a woman play Major League Baseball?
Right. Okay. I'm gonna agree with Marika on this one in saying that I think it's a possibility, and if it does happen, it'll be with a pitcher. I'm not just gonna go outright and say no, because I think that it could be a possibility. But I think more realistically, we're gonna be seeing women's baseball league hopefully soon, because like that's something that I would like to be a part of, hopefully. But yeah, like I mean, if you look at other women's sports, you don't see women having to try to compete with men. It's like women's tennis and men's tennis, right? Like we're playing the sport that we love, and like we shouldn't have to play softball. That's a completely different sport, right? Like we should have women's baseball, right? And like I feel like as part of the women's national team, we're not fighting to have like women play in the MLB. The ultimate goal is to have a women's league. Yeah.
Beauty.
Alrighty, I'll go.
Thanks.
Starting with Little League, I played for Langley Little League all the way up, 5 years old to 18. I think I took 1 year off when I was 15 and did not want to play against basically men as a 15-year-old girl, so I took that year off, but did play all the way through. And so I, similar to Asay, I played for the 11, 12-year-old All-Stars, didn't quite make it to the Little League World Series, but went to Nationals, so that was an experience in its own. And then as far as my highlights of my career, I'll go with 2. First for a team, when Team BC won gold in 2016 at the Women's Nationals. We pretty much played a flawless tournament, and it was amazing to be a part of. Capped off with an Amanda Asay hit by pitch to the helmet for a walk-off win. And that was just like so fun to be a part of. I was on deck, ready to go if I needed to be, but I knew Amanda would get the job done. I assumed it would be a hit, but we celebrated all the same. That was super fun. And then on a personal note, last year in Mexico, we were playing Venezuela, and I knew it would be a pretty big game for us. And I think it was the first inning. I had the worst Charlie horse of my life. I got kneed, a girl running to first base. And of course, I continued playing. And so I figured I better do something big here. Like, I really want to contribute to my team here. And that was when I hit my home run against Venezuela. So we went up 1-0. Game didn't turn out our way, so that's why it can't be my team highlight, but that was definitely a personal one for me. And last question, do I think there will be a woman in the MLB? I tend to gravitate towards Amanda's answer. I don't think it's what we're striving for. I think it would be more beneficial for us to work towards a women's league. And I agree with basically everything Asay already said, and probably put it much more eloquently than me. But yeah, I don't think it'll happen, but I do hope that there will be a women's league at some point. Did I answer them all? I hope.
You did. Well, I switched headphones. Mine died.
You disappeared.
My bad. Claire, you.
Yeah, I played Little League in White Rock, so Surrey. That was it. Yeah, pretty much just from 5 all the way up. And then I would say my national team highlights. One would be at Pan Am Games. I think I went in late to relieve against the US in the final, so it was, yeah, sold out crowd. I know we were down, but I think it was just so cool, again, playing on home soil. And there was a runner on first base, and I hadn't even thrown a pitch yet, and I picked the girl off, and I just remember how crazy the crowd went, and I think that was one of the highlights of my career, even though it was like maybe like 30 seconds. But I think that whole just scene of it happening was very cool. And then I would also say the bronze medal game in Florida. I think, yeah, just a whole team effort. And Emma Carr in Ontario throwing that US girl out at home plate, like in order to keep the game tied so that we could win it. That was pretty cool to be a part of. And also having some of the older players who that was their last game to play on the national team, and me being able to play with them and them getting that bronze medal was also a pretty cool moment. And then in terms of, do I think a girl can make the MLB? I do think so. I'm in the middle, but I do agree with Amanda and Stacy where I think it's possible for a girl to make the MLB, but I do think that it would probably just be 1 or 2, and when there are like hundreds of very talented girls that could be made into its own league. So I think that is the ultimate goal, is having our own league, as opposed to maybe having one girl get the opportunity to play in the MLB, give a bunch of girls the opportunity to play. So, yeah.
Who we got? Shrody.
So I grew up playing Little League in Trail. Don't know if many people know where that is, but Kelly Craig might be a name of recognition. She grew up playing in the same program. I think she was the first girl to play in the Little League World Series and might have been first one to hit a walk-off. And I think first one to pitch to a win or something like that. But yeah, played there from when I was like 8 to 12, I think. And as for best memory highlight, I'd have to say 2018 bronze medal game in Florida. That was a huge game, and to be able to be a part of it and contribute to the team in the way that I was able to, it's just a really good feeling, and just had a great team that year. The feeling was just unreal. I'm gonna have to go with Claire on the MLB question though. I kind of sit in the middle. I do think that there's a possibility that a girl might play in the MLB. Like I like to hold out confidence for it at least. I would say pitcher. Pitcher is probably a high probability, but as well as I think that there's more reasonable like goals that we could have for our sport, and it's just get our sport more recognition. Have more people respect our sport as a game, and just get it more worldwide recognition would be the goal right now.
Isn't Jason Bay from Trail?
Yeah, Jason Bay's from Trail.
All right.
That's all make
That's all
me
I
feel
have
like
is
a Debbie
fun facts about
Downer.
Canadians.
Putting limitations on the performance of women. Sorry.
No, is it
Yeah,
our old
I think
age,
it's-
AC?
I think it's important for everyone to highlight that the goal isn't necessarily to have women integrated into men's sports, but it's to have an opportunity for women, which is not currently there. It is just the same opportunities do not exist, and to create new ones is difficult, which is why the question often, I think, arises of whether women do want to participate in what's available for men. So I think it's different, and I think the sentiment has generally been the same for everyone. I think everybody's kind of looking for those opportunities to be created for women where they're not. I know for at least for me, I don't know about Claire and Asay, but when we were in Japan and we had dinner with a team of professional Japanese women's players who were getting paid to play, it was eye-opening. It was something that you just don't see or know about or understand, and I think that was huge. Just to actually see it in person, it's hard to believe it without that. And there was a massive language barrier among us at our dinner table, but we still got to ask some questions about that, which I thought was interesting. I don't think Katie answered the last trio of questions, did you?
No, but I answered.
If you don't want to, it's fine. I would like you to, though.
I have highlights, but they were from like when I was 13, but I definitely have one envisioned. It hasn't happened yet, but it would probably be against Team USA, loaded bases, 2 outs, and I'm up to bat. Have that walk off. That's like anytime I'm in the cages, I'm usually yelling full count, 2 outs, loaded bases, and then whatever I hit. But I'm usually practicing that. And so Team USA, we're coming out to get you. I promise you that.
This is being recorded. I want us to keep this for future.
But first I got to work hard and make the team, well, not the extended roster, but like on playing field team. But going forward with the women playing in MLB, Asay, you could be the starting catcher for like, one of those teams down there. I think you could do it. But I kind of go along with your guys' answer. I think that it sucks to say, but I think just how women are built, it would be extremely difficult to compete with men. College level, Marika's doing it. I believe that there will be other women, hopefully, that continue to play after high school, get into that. But you never know. From there might be some girl that has a wicked curveball or a knuckleball, or that might be able to chuck some at some boys. But I kind of go along with Asay's Stace answer. I don't, unfortunately, think that girls would be playing in there. But
yeah, fair enough. And we have a question that's kind of geared toward Marika, but if anybody else wants to chime in, I'm happy to hear from you. But a young catcher has a dream to play at UCLA, be starting catcher on a baseball team at UCLA. What do they need to do?
Oh, that's a good question. I really, at my point, I always was told or thought that if I was ever going to play in college, that you're going to be a pitcher, because that's the only thing that has happened so far. So my mom was always like gearing me up. She was like, you got to keep that arm going. Like catching's about to like run out here. And I had just started in grade 9. So when I got picked up, the first question I asked him, he was like, you want to play college baseball? And I was like, yeah, are you kidding? Like, I want to play college baseball, like for pitching, right? And he looked at me, he was like, no, Marika, not for pitching. You're not, no, that's not it. And I was like, oh. He's like, for catching. And I was like, oh, like, that's like a different thing. So I honestly believe that if you put enough time and energy into anything, you can achieve it. And I think your goal is definitely obtainable if you put your mind to it. And I think one of the biggest things is getting yourself out there. So I would sit at home, and I think I sent out like 400 emails to colleges, and like, no matter how many times I got rejected, I just kept sending them, because it only takes one person to really reach out and be that one to make the difference. So I do think you can do that, and I think it'd be super cool, and hopefully I see you do that one day, and I'm cheering you on.
I'd love to throw some advice out there if I can. Is that allowed? I think that there are some really specific things that you can do as well. Like, everything Marika said is absolutely true, and definitely do all those things. But the big things, especially for a catcher, like, you got to be quick. So strong arm, and be quick and be accurate when you throw to second. That's something that people are going to look to you as a girl to not be able to do. So make those throws like quick pop time, fast and accurate. And if you can throw people out, a lot of people's doubts are going to go out the window, I think. Definitely like keep trying to find better and better pitchers to catch to, because you don't want to get yourself into a situation where someone's really surprising you and that's where you're getting seen for the first time. So if you can get some people throwing really hard at you, that's always a good thing. And the other thing that's like advice for every catcher is learn how to call pitches. That's part of the game that takes no physical prowess. You like learn the game, learn how to set up hitters, learn what they're doing, what they look like, and how to call good sequences. And that is extremely valuable. Like, I think tons of people talk about catchers becoming managers, catchers becoming coaches, catchers moving forward in the game, because you're taught as a catcher young to think through all those aspects of the game. So if you get good at those things, you can be super valuable behind the plate without having anything to do with your physical capabilities. So that part, you can start that anytime. Just keep watching baseball, keep learning how to call pitches properly and do those things, and comfort your pitchers and do all the things that catchers do that don't require anything to do with physicality as well.
Yeah, even when Amanda said pushing yourself and trying to find the best pitcher to catch for, that has been something that I've kind of always been a little bit apprehensive, because thinking about catching a 95-mile-an-hour fastball or curveball terrifies me. I feel like it terrifies most people. So I'm used to like probably like mid 80s, maybe if you're lucky you're hitting like 90s. But even over like the quarantine, I had an opportunity to catch for 3 pitchers that all threw around 90 and a little bit above, and like it scared me. But now I know that like I hung in there. The whole time I was like, oh god. But after that, like I know I can catch that. It's just like continually working on that, and I know I need to continue doing that too as well. And even Amanda says getting stronger. I'm not going to tell you that I pump 90 like anyone else. One of my biggest things, and I feel like got me to be successful, is creating relationships with pitchers and knowing what they like or dislike when they're struggling on the mound. And I've always had a really good relationship with the guys in that aspect, and knowing like, oh, this guy sets up here, or this pitcher doesn't like this when I do that. So I think having someone on your side for the guy to be like, oh, I want to throw to you, really helps, because if you're the chosen catcher, then you're the chosen catcher. They're not going to say much to the starting pitcher when you get to college, or even in high school when you're in senior. So I think one of the biggest things is build relationships with your pitchers, continue to work on the little things, because I feel like, I don't know if Amanda would agree, but there's always something to work on with catching. you can never be at a stagnant point. You always can go up and get better. So yeah.
Get better, faster, block all the pitches. If you're a perfect catcher, I don't know, I haven't met you yet.
I don't know. Some of even the guys in the MLB aren't perfect. So you see them mess up still, they miss blocks and stuff like that. Not everyone's perfect. And I think you can do it if you put your mind to it. So that's my
I think that's with everything and everyone too. There's always something to learn. I know on the other day when we were getting ready for this, talked about the learning opportunities that are provided and how that's an essential skill for life. And I don't want to keep anybody too long, namely, I mean, myself on the East Coast. Just kidding. I love being here. But I do want to, we talked about doing this the other day when we were getting ready for this, and we didn't do it. So I want to do it now. I would like everybody to kind of go through. I'm going to pick someone and I'm going to talk about what impresses me the most about them. And then they're going to pick the next person. And we're just going to end this on a really positive highlight. I feel bad for whoever has to go last. But you know what? It is what it is. And I love everybody on this call. I'm amazed by all of you. I am in complete awe of everyone here. I know like my life has been influenced by the people that I have known for the longest. Amanda literally like gave me the inspiration to do my master's and my doctorate, but I am going to throw to Stacy, because the thing that most impresses me about Stacy is honestly like the positivity that you bring to every day, every time I see you, every phone call, every Zoom call. No matter what's going on with you and no matter what's going on around us, I just feel like I can look at you and it makes me happy when I'm in the worst of moods. And you just like, you bring this shining light, and I just want to thank you for that. And I will send it to you to go to who's ever next.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Anytime.
It's always good to see you on these calls. All right, I will go to Marika. Kind of going along with the same conversation as just the last one here. I think it's amazing what you're doing, playing college ball with the boys, kind of not looking back, just doing it and going for it. I think it's awesome. I think you are making the next wave of players coming up just inspired to keep playing. Like the fact that we had that question 2 minutes ago that somebody asked what you have to do to become a catcher at UCLA is just blows my mind. Like when I was a young teenager, it was, well, first of all, when I was 10, 11, it was, yeah, I'm going to be the first girl in the MLB. But then I was 15, 16, I'm like, well, I got to play softball. And so the fact that you went and did it and hopefully more can follow, I think it's awesome. And then I'll just add in like the help with the camp this past week, the way you worked with those catchers. That was new for me. So I really appreciated that. And I think you did an awesome job.
My heart is sparkling. Okay, I'll move on to the next person. I'm gonna say Claire, just because even though, I don't know if I ever told you this, like I said before, going to play college baseball is a difficult situation, but I knew that it was still obtainable because of the way you played with the Harvard Cats, and that's been a big impact on me because I'm like, well, Claire did it, so like, yeah, I can do it too, sort of thing. Even though we did play different positions, I think the things that you've accomplished in your career are so sweet. Even pitching at 16 at a World Cup, like that is insane. So you have a lot of guts to do that, and I know right now you're kind of transitioning between outfield and pitching, but I think you should continue pitching because I think you're the best. And I really like catching your knuckleball because it's sick. And when I try to like flex on people, they're like, I throw a knuckleball, but I'm like, I've caught for Claire Eccles though. She's got a pretty sick knuckleball. So yeah, it's pretty fire.
Well, thanks, Marika. I mean, I think it's also going with Stacy, what she was saying. I think it's pretty amazing what you're doing. And I know that I got a summer or two, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do over the next few years out in Riviere, or however you pronounce it.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. But I want to move on, and I want to talk about Katie, because I know, Katie, you're a year older than me, and when I was 11 and saw you playing in the Little League World Series, I was like, wow, I could do this too, even though White Rock didn't make it. like I played against you in softball throughout those years going into university, and always knew your name. You were a 6 shortstop, and like your voice can be heard anywhere, and your positivity is so uplifting. And I was also really lucky to get the chance to drive to Calgary with you last year, or Red Deer, or wherever the tournament was. But I mean, I think you make a massive impact on the field, just your presence and who you are, and you're always someone that I will want to have next to me on the bench or on a team. So.
Oh my gosh, my heart is sparkling too, Marika. I definitely understand when you said that. Claire, I actually have a couple of my Okies softball teammates with me this weekend, and we always talk about how you have been so incredible too. So I 100% appreciate all your comments directed towards me. And I definitely loved our 8-hour plus drive towards Okotoks last year. Definitely think that we bonded a lot more than, you know, just yelling at you across the softball diamonds, cheering you on type of thing, and definitely brought us closer. So I appreciate and thank you for all your comments. My person I'm directing towards, sorry Liz, I know you're my best friend. Unfortunately, I am going to ricochet this towards Asay. Asay has been one of my mentors, I guess, with Baseball BC. And I wanted to thank you for all that you have done. I know I kind of sneak over towards you in the dugout and I ask you a bajillion questions about baseball, about what it's like to be on Team Canada, what it's like to live in Prince George, what's your work like, I just want to be you, etc., etc. So I definitely appreciate you answering all my questions, not ever being annoyed with all my questions, and giving me great feedback towards being a better player, but not just in baseball, but also just being a more respectable person in general too. So that is one of my greatest, bestest, everything about you, Asay, and I thank you for all of that.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say, and you know, something that's so impressive about you is that you will always ask those questions. You know, I feel like there's sometimes hesitation to ask questions, and I feel like a lot of people are wondering the same thing, and I think it's really great that you are willing to put yourself out there and ask those questions, and you know, seeing you get better and better and more comfortable on the baseball diamond again is something that's always great. And I feel like I could say so many good things about everyone on the call, but I guess if I have to choose just one of the few people that are left, I'll talk about Shrody. Yeah, I met Shrody in Cuba, in the Cuba camp that's been mentioned a few times, and I was there with Aaron and Andre, who's been mentioned a couple times too. And you know, I just got out on that field and was like, who is that? They're good. And both of them were like, yep, she is good. And so we had lots of long conversations about Shrody. She's been a standout player, I think, I'm assuming your whole life, but for sure as soon as I saw you start playing, and I thought, you know, this girl's gonna be on the team soon and is gonna be on the team for a long time. So you know, watching you pitch that game, that bronze medal game, you know, as you said, you got out there, maybe we were a little bit nervous, but like you commanded everything out there, and you know, there was times where things didn't go great. You know, we had the bases loaded with I think Nana in the bottom of an inning, like to be able to bring yourself that composure and to be able to get out of it. It's just, I mean, and McCarr made a really good throw, but you know, you made your pitches as well, and then getting to know you a little more with both of us being here in the Kootenays these days, watching the way you work and really put the time in has been great. Like, yeah, I'm continually impressed by you, and I hope that everything keeps going awesome and you have a really long career, and hopefully I'll be around for some of it.
Oh, I hope so. No, thank you, and I appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you. I can easily say from the time that I was like 12, I looked up to you, and so it's kind of a dream come true to be able to share the field with you. I guess I'll go to Liz. No, Liz, we played together since we were like, I want to say I was 13 when I first met you. And since then, it's always been fun to have you on the bench. It's always been fun to share the field with you. You're uplifting. You're always positive. It doesn't matter how the game's going, how it went for you, how it's going for the team. You always have a smile on your face. You're always brightening up the dugout, keeping a positive attitude. And I think that contributes to a lot of your team successes. And I've had a lot of fun playing with you, and hopefully we'll have more opportunities in the future.
For sure, man. Love you, bro.
I said it was going to be hardest for the last person because you just don't, there's nobody you can go to. So you just got to kind of say thank you. But I think I want to know what you appreciate about everybody who tuned in to this event. It's on you,
I was
Liz.
go one by one and compliment everyone, but now that you've put that on me, good question. Well, I've been scrolling through the attendees, and I've actually noticed that a lot of them are the girls that were at the camp this week. And also, like Scott Mackenzie, Zoe Hicks, Vanessa, I see you. But especially for like all the girls that I coach, and all the girls that we coach, and all the girls that are growing up and getting involved in baseball. One, it means a lot to have you guys here. And watch us ramble and whatnot. But I really, really do wish you guys the best in everything that you try to do in your lives. And I hope that you gain some use out of my rambling and out of my Zoom rambling and out of my in-person rambling. And I hope that I do impact your lives. Yeah, and I'm just excited to see you guys do good things and thrive. Yeah, that's all.
Amazing.
Awesome. That was great.
Before we go,
before we go, I want to make sure that we throw it back to Alexis as well. Thanks so much for staying up so late and hosting this. You did an amazing job, and you're such a strong supporter of our team, and having you come to events with us is always phenomenal. Like, I think you do a really great job of promoting women's baseball, attracting putting the articles out yourself, which I think you do a great job, and then attracting other people to do stories and just get the word out about women's baseball more and more. I think like your connections have benefited us immensely, especially this year during our COVID times. The number of people we got to speak to, but also, the other journalists that you've put in touch with our team has been fantastic. So I just want to say that I think we all really appreciate you as well, even though you're going to skip yourself.
I mean, I'm just happy to be here. I know that I've said this to all of you guys, but I've done a lot of things, and being with the women's national team is my favorite thing to do. It was an absolute dream come true. The first time I got to join you guys to go to Japan, even getting to go to Vancouver, I know it wasn't a big deal for you guys, but for me it was. So, which is where we were before we went to Japan, and then getting to be at the Pan Am Games, watching you guys, and then rejoining you guys last year, and now for whatever happens in the future. It is extremely my privilege. I'm just like so awe-inspired by everybody, and your passion for the game. Everybody here, your commitment to the game is just contagious, and I hope that rubbed off on all the people who tuned in, and I don't know how it couldn't have. So I'm just grateful to be here with you guys, and happy we had a good night. And if anybody has more questions, please send them to Baseball BC. For anybody who spoke tonight, we had so many great people from the beginning with Marika and Amanda, to Leah, to Khyl, to Cav, to Aaron, to Scott, to Pritch. I'm probably missing someone, but it's just been such a great night, and I hope everybody has enjoyed. And I just want to say thank you to Baseball BC and to everybody who watched and who will watch this recording as well. Hopefully East Coasters.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Alexis.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Have a lovely evening.
I love you all.
Good morning.
Hi, Liz.
Are we supposed to leave now? Bye, guys.
Also, Alexis, I mean, you always say that
you want to be on our calls, and it makes you so happy, but I think you bring a lot of joy to our calls too, so we always love having you on. So I don't feel like you need to get a speaker just to join us anymore. You're a permanent resident.
I love it. I'm happy to be there. I'll be there Sunday, right? We're still on for this.
We're rolling with that.
Yes, ma'am.
And now me and Liz hope you enjoyed your message. And
oh yeah, I'm gonna cut that and share it with the rest of the group. Marika had no idea what my job was.
Yeah, I was trying. A for effort, right? A for effort. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, speaker lady, right? It's the speaker lady, right?
Host, journalist.
Appreciate it. So yeah, we should probably get to know each other more on those Sunday night Zooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time you can explain to me in detail. I'd like to know. Maybe next time Alexis can be the person that we're talking about. I want to get to know you more.
Have we done
spend time with you? Like, I don't know that much about you.
Yeah.
A personal, like, what's your favorite
stories.
snack?
The 27 people watching this.
All right, that's not good. Okay. We should probably go to bed. Alexis is like, please let me get off of this.
It's like 1 o'clock
1:17 in the morning.
I only yawned once, and it was when Aaron was talking.
Sorry?
I only had one yawn, and it was when Aaron was talking. So.
Oh, of course.
Typical. Typical for me. All right, Baseball BC is telling everyone have a good night. So,
like, get out. Please.
Bye, you guys.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
No, this is when we leave.
Is this when we leave? I never like to leave, so I just wait till someone.
We're always the last one. You can't go
I feel
home.
like I can't leave before you do.
Okay.
All right.
There's still 20 participants. Okay, well, I guess I better leave. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.